to our first meeting of this quarter, which is the second quarter. We've got about 6 to 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, this quarter. And after that, we are going to have a marathon constituency period, which is going to be about 10 weeks constituency period. And there is a lot for us to do this quarter with regards to this public hearing. Actually, on my screen now, I'm seeing Honorable Boshoff, and I'm laughing to say that really now we are dealing with the crux of public hearings. You know, when he's part of our meetings, then we've got public hearings coming. But we've got this work that we need to finish at least the public session of it this quarter. We have to finish this quarter, otherwise we will be very late with our schedule. It might not be approved by this parliament if we don't do it. So I'm just making everybody aware that you would see presentations that we really have put on this quarter are presentations that have been asked by members. There is nothing that really comes from us. We are dealing with dropouts today, which has been asked by members. We will be dealing with school nutrition at some point. We will be dealing with the scholar transport at some point. And those are the presentations that has been asked by members that we must bring to this level. So the request from myself is that as we have managed to cooperate with one another through differences, of course, that we cooperate again this quarter for the public hearings, which we are going to be having as soon as May starts till May ends. I have asked that our secretary, Mr. Brown, to get us the SHE unit. The SHE unit is the unit that deals with the venues of where Parliament must go for public hearings. That unit, I wanted them to be in this meeting because you would remember we had to stop because of the particular contradictions of misunderstandings with that unit on how venues were communicated to our committee the last time. So we don't want that to happen. And we have agreed that as far as the venues are concerned this time, when we go to a province, each and every meeting after Tuesday, we are going to adopt the venues in the meeting. And immediately after that, we are going to put those venues in the media space for everybody to know which province we are going to, which district we are going to, which municipality we are going to, and specifically which hall we are going to have a public hearing, so that there is no issue of a public hearing. If we can't do that on Tuesday, then we cannot have a public hearing. We will have to adopt in a meeting. When we go, all of us, when we get into the flights going to a particular province, we know exactly where we are going to. And that those venues that would have been published are venues that are not going to change. I thought that at least I must make that clear so that everybody understands where we are as far as the public hearings are concerned. We are continuing. We are not turning back with all the differences. But they will be there till we finish, and we are going to entertain, listen to all of them, change where there is a need, but we must finish this program this term, and I think that is doable. So without really speaking too much, Minister, we are doing dropout today. Let me hand over to you to lead the department with a political overview. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also greet members of the Portfolio Committee and thank yourselves also for inviting us on what I also deem as one of the critical that are important for us as a nation, because if we prioritize education, it's very important to then see what happens during the process and what is at the output. And as you will see from the presentation, Chair, it's an area that we regularly as a department look at, and use it to inform also the work that we do, but also learn from it in terms of what is it that we need to be able to do more to ensure that we can indeed protect our children and give them the opportunity, the life of opportunity of education. Chair, you will see from the script when we present that it confirms the important role of ECD. I think I'll speak to that after when you have had the opportunity to see from yourselves what will happen at grade 1, that as the report of Thrive by 5 indicates, when children are not ready by the time they go to school or they arrive at school, the chances of survival are actually risky, and it really puts them in a very precarious situation. But you will also see social factors that also impact on our children's ability to continue safely on their education journey, which then compromises them big time, because as teenagers, which is every child's experience, that when you become teenage, your body changes, everything really changes, and it can bring social challenges to young people if they don't have enough support, guidance. You'll also see that how social factors impact also on the growth of our children. But in between, and more important for me, this report, Chair, confirms that it is, I mean, I like the quotation that always says it's good to raise good children rather than try to deal with them when they are broken. Because by the time sometimes they drop out, it's not easy to repair, because they're just like broken pieces, and then you have to be dealing with bigger problems than just dropping out. You're dealing with serious problems of social decadence, of youth delinquency. And that is why this study and this exercise is very important to monitor. So I'm very grateful and appreciative that the portfolio committee also zoomed in to say, let's look at this journey and identify or get to understand what happens during the school journey in terms of your retentions, your repetitions, your dropout, and also the performance, so that we're not only looking at performance at grade 12, but what happens in between in terms of all those factors. So, Chair, it's a subject very close to my heart, and I'm glad that you also prioritize it. So maybe let me stop at that, allow the committee to go through the report. I must upfront apologize, Chair, because I'm not sure if the portfolio committee was favored with the latest report. We added, I think, a few slides. DG will point out to them, because as we are preparing for this committee, because there's lots of information, and it's an area we monitor on an ongoing basis. There's lots of information in this area, so there are a few slides that I requested the DG and the team to add. So I'm not sure if those 2 or 3 slides that I requested were factored or committee members had received them. But Chair, again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank everybody for who's here. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Minister. DG, before you, Llewellyn, can you just flag for us the agenda? Mr. Brown? Okay. Members, we are now, we are supposed to just adopt this agenda. We are dealing with the dropouts in the system, the statistics, trends, and tracking and tracing. And then after that, we are going to have the engagements. And then after that, we are going to have the engagement on the public participation process, the letter that was written to us by Honorable Sukers. You remember we had this letter just a meeting before we closed. And then we are also going to have an engagement from the Parliamentary Support Unit for the public hearings. And then after that, we will have the minutes of the 28th of March that we will have to adopt. I'm just requesting, should we have time, maybe just after the engagement with the parliamentary support, just brief the committee on the chairperson's meeting that we had before we went to constituency period. Can I get hands to adopt the agenda? Principal?
My chair and everybody on the platform, once more, good morning. I rise to move that this agenda as presented be adopted as is.
Thank you very much. Mayor van der Walt?
Chair, I so support or second.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Limpopo mafias.
Okay, thank you very much. Director General Mueli.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members. On a lighter note here, I didn't know that there are mafias in Limpopo, but I'll leave it for some other time with Honorable Murotsetla. As
He's on his own. He's on his own.
As the Honorable Minister indicated, we're presenting to the Portfolio Committee a topic on dropout. In other countries, in fact, most countries, the latest nomenclature is about survival rate in the schooling system. So there will be instances where Dr. Martin Gustafsson will refer to survival rate. I'm happy that the Portfolio Committee has allowed us to come and present on this topic. And I would like to humbly request, Chair, we've just finished analyzing the household survey, which has been lagging behind because of COVID, done by the head of our research, Dr. Stephen Taylor, and also the research that we have just completed on some of the work that we are doing in terms of the functionality of schooling. So if we get the time, we'll be very happy to come and share that data with you. I know that Honorable Sukers always asks the question as to what research are we conducting in several areas. Would be more than happy to come and share that piece of work, which Dr. Stephen Taylor has been working on with the team. So without any waste of time, I'm going to ask Dr. Martin Gustafsson, who came to the department seconded from the Stellenbosch University, but has been with the department for quite some time now, to enhance the research capacity of the department. As we all know, those who engage with empirical work, he has written a lot about the work that he's been doing in the sector, but much more together with his peers, particularly in the area of education economics. So I'm going to request Dr. Martin Gustafsson to take us through the presentation. Honorable Minister, I had indicated that I'm attending a conference of heads of exams, which is here in KZN, sitting for 3 days, starting today, up to Thursday. So I'm here for that conference. And in case time for questions and comments come, and I'm not available, I've asked Dr. Whittle, Dr. Granville Whittle, to stand in for me. I want to profusely apologize because this conference was quite arranged about a year in advance. So, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, Honorable Minister, I'll request Dr. Martin Gustafsson to take the committee through the presentation. Martin?
Thank you, DG, and good morning, honorable members and honorable minister. I'm cognizant of time. I saw on the agenda, yeah, we have till 10:15. So let me go through these slides. I might move a bit faster through some of them, but if necessary, I can pick up on these slides if necessary during the question time. So this is what the committee has asked us to focus on, and this is what we have identified at DBE as the topics that we're going to take you through. I'm not going to read them, but we obviously must deal with the effects of the pandemic. We must deal with definitions. Ages are, of course, important. You would know that dropping out age 15 and below has different legal implications to dropping out above that age. We need to talk about movements between schools and colleges, and then there will be a number of statistics that I will be presenting. So it's very important, of course, to be clear about definitions. The two internationally kind of recognized terms are dropout rates are widely used across the world. I think what DG meant was that the throughput rate, we often use this term throughput rate in South Africa. That is not an international term. If you go to an international conference, they think you're talking about engineering or something else. The international term there is survival rate, but I will use throughput rate because it's widely used in South Africa. And when we talk about dropping out, we're obviously talking about something undesirable. So obviously movements from schools to TVET colleges, although one may view that as dropping out of a school, it's not dropping out of the education system. These are issues one needs to keep in mind. And the last bullet is important. Although our data are not perfect, I have looked at the data from other middle-income countries, and our situation is not that bad at all, both in terms of EMIS data that the Education Administration has, and in terms of the household data, which is also important, which Stats SA collects. We're in a relatively good situation, but there's room for improvement, as I'll point out. So the 3 slides that the minister requested we insert are this one and the following 2, and they deal with the research into why learners drop out in South Africa. And for those of us who've been around the system or in the sector for a while, we would remember the under Minister Pandor, there was a review of dropping out and retention. Many of the points made in that review still stand today, though some have argued that it's time to have another similar review. Some of the things that review found were that the reasons for dropping out have a lot to do with academic underachievement, and related to that, grade repetition. People give up, people are squeezed out of the system in a way because they just feel that there's no point in continuing. They've fallen so far behind. But there are other factors as well. Poverty plays a role, home disadvantage, parents who themselves have a low educational level of grade attainment. This makes it more difficult for children to survive through the system. And very importantly, in South Africa, as in many other middle-income countries and high-income countries, males are more likely to drop out. So there are many problems that we have in relation to female learners, including gender-based violence. But when it comes to dropping out, males are more likely to drop out than females. And that's why you see, if you look at the NSC reports, you see that the number of female passers and candidates is considerably higher than the number of males. And that has all sorts of very important sociological implications to have more males and females dropping out of the system. There has been other research that has supported this argument that it is academic achievement, which is largely the factor. Here is a table from Stats SA, General Household Survey data. You may have seen something like this before. This is published by the DBE using Stats SA data. And in household surveys, there's this question, why are you not attending an educational institution? We don't really need to worry too much about this column because there are very few 7 to 15-year-olds who are not attending an institution. This is the more critical area. And you will see that if you add up some of these categories, such as too old or unable to perform, education is useless, these academically related categories add up to about 39%. It's also significant that there is a quarter of households report a financial problem, no money for fees, but which raises questions because we have a no-fee system in schools serving poorer communities. This would partly be explained by dropping out from from independent schools, but I think one must also understand this in terms of, for instance, households deciding that it's not worth paying the transport money to get to school because this child or this youth is failing their grades, and hence in the household survey, it comes through as a lack of money. But actually, if you dig deeper, you would find that this is about not coping at school. Now, many of the slides in this presentation draw from reports that the DBE has published and that are available on the website. This is looking just before the pandemic at the 2019 situation, the NSC report. This is an essential statistic. I mean, you would be familiar with the pass rate. The pass rate is, of course, number of passes divided by candidates who wrote the exam. This 55% before the pandemic is what we can call the throughput rate, the NSC throughput rate. We could also call it the survival rate if we wanted to use something that's more internationally used. And essentially, this is, or was in 2019, the percentage of youths who get to obtain an NSC. It's there in the report. The DBE has reported on this for many years. And clearly, it's important to differentiate between this throughput rate and the pass rate. They are different things. They have different denominators. The one deals with candidates. The other deals with the entire population of one age cohort. So, and the NSC reports have also reported survival to grades 10, to grades 11. And then came the pandemic. There were initially concerns that we were losing learners who were not coming back after the lockdowns. And partly based on the NIDS-CRAM telephonic surveys, which were really surveys, very important surveys, but they covered very few households. And they were a bit problematic just in terms of reliability. But on the basis of these surveys, there were these kinds of reports that came out in the media in 2021, about 500,000 children having permanently left, or 750,000. It was, this received a lot of attention in Parliament as well. The subsequent analysis, however, showed that this was not at all of this magnitude. This problem was far smaller. For instance, in a 2021 DBE report using administrative data, specifically our LURITS data found that about 19,000 children of compulsory school-going age had dropped out. And subsequent analysis will indicate to what extent this has been resolved. We still haven't published that work, but it seems as if most of this has been resolved. So the bottom line is that there were some problems of getting learners back into school resulting from the pandemic, but the magnitude of the problem was relatively small. And DBE has a number of reports, including this one, trying to explain what was quite surprising, and that was that enrollment and attainment of the NSC actually increased during the pandemic. One would have expected it to decrease, and that was the big fear, that this was going to decrease. But in fact, it increased, and this largely had to do with learners in grades 10 and 11 being subject to more flexible promotion rules. The intention of this was to ensure that learners were not disadvantaged by the fact that they had lost days of schooling. But the unintended consequence was that more learners went through to grade 12. Many of them did relatively well, better than expected, and we ended up having more NSC passes. And obviously, this situation has raised questions around, but are the same standards being applied in the NSC? I think it's important to bear in mind that if one looks at other data, such as the TIMSS data, on what is happening to performance at the secondary level, this has been going up. So it should not come as a surprise that an increasing number of learners are attaining the NSC. Underlying this is an actual improvement in the quality of learning and teaching. We still have a long way to go. We still underperform in many of the international tests, but there has been an ongoing improvement. Now, having more grade 12s may sound good, but there are obviously there's a downside to this. In the current budget climate, we can't afford to employ more educators, and this means larger classes. And given the way the post-provisioning system works, if the secondary level expands, it pulls posts away from the primary level. So even at the primary level, one finds that class sizes are affected. Now, there are many different things that need to be done to reduce dropping out, to prevent dropping out in the first place, and to try and get learners back in after they have dropped out. And these range from school nutrition, which is an absolutely essential factor in a context of poverty, in ensuring that learners attend school. There's a meal at school. Enforcing no-fee schools. A lot of attention goes to ensuring that schools are not charging fees where they are not supposed to charge fees. With regard to girl learners, there's new policy that is intended to ensure that pregnancy does not unduly limit or create an obstacle in the schooling of the learner. And then there are these quality initiatives, including streamlining of caps, very much a product of the pandemic. When we realized the school year was going to be shortened, we streamlined caps, but this is, many would argue, something we needed to do anyway. It helps to focus on the fundamentals of learning. There are a number of initiatives focusing on early grade reading, which is absolutely fundamental. The minister mentioned early childhood development is, of course, very important, but then learning to read in the initial grades is absolutely essential for continued success and survival in the system. And then there's support to grade 12 learners in that last lap, camps, catch-up programs, etc., revision, and very importantly, monitoring systems to gauge when learners are dropping out, where they are dropping out. The DBE has responded to a number of questions recently, parliamentary questions. There you see an example of one. This slide deals specifically with issues that the NGO Zero Dropout has brought up. This has been in the media. I've responded to the arguments that they've been making. Essentially, Zero Dropout has proposed an Excel-based tool that would warn schools when learners are about to drop out so that action can be taken. We've evaluated this at DBE, and there's nothing stopping individual school principals from using this tool if they want to, but it's not something that the DBE has considered practical at a system level. And besides, as I'll explain, there are a number of systems, including Lurits, that we already have to monitor dropping out and to take action. Now, some statistics, because this is what a lot of the controversy is about. You would have seen in the media, often there are disputes around what the true throughput rate is. Now, the 55% that I referred to earlier has reached 62%. This is now the percentage of South African youths who get to obtain the NSC. And I mentioned that during the pandemic, there were more grade 12 learners. So there were more learners obtaining the NSC. We know this from Stats SA household data, and it's been confirmed through what's called cohort analysis using EMIS data or Lurits data, which is the same thing. There are a number of things one should not do. This is a bit of a confusing area, and some of the different statistics come about because people are dividing, say, NSCs by earlier grade 1 enrollment, and I'll explain in a moment why that's problematic. What's also problematic is dividing NSC passes by Stats SA mid-year population estimates for one age cohort, say, for instance, age 18. If you look on Africa Check's website, they have looked at this issue, and essentially they agree with the DBE's approach to doing this. Here you have something taken from a DBE publication. The numbers are correct. This is grade enrollment over many years. And if you look at this, and if you look at this superficially, you might think, oh, there's a dropping out of 100,000 between grades 1 and 2 because there are fewer grade 2s in the next year compared to the previous year's grade 1s. Now, this is actually not 100,000 dropping out. We know from various data sources that hardly any children at this age drop out. So why is there this difference? This is about repetition. So there's far more grade repetition in grade 1 than in grade 2, and this is what pushes this number up. And similarly, there's a 400,000 difference between this grade 1 figure and this grade 12 enrollment figure. This doesn't mean that 400,000 drop out. You have to take into account that many of these learners here in grade 1 are repeaters. And then, of course, there are other smaller issues such as international migration and mortality. But by far the biggest issue that makes this quite confusing is grade repetition. I'm looking at the clock. Now, what one should do is look at household data, and that we do. This graph is taken from the NSC report for 2022. And we can see from Stats SA's household data, if you compare, say, 2017, how many youths had obtained the NSC by age, 20 to 28, and you compare that to where we were sitting in 2021, there has been a continual rise. We don't have the 2022 or 2023 data yet, but essentially, Stats SA's household data agrees with the data that is in the DBE. And all of this then essentially points to this 62% that I referred to. But an important question is how many of our learners are not getting a matric in the schooling system, but are getting something equivalent, in particular an NSCV level 4 at a college, because those are not really dropouts, and because they've not dropped out of the education system. Now, this is where we are currently doing work with DHET in order to merge the data from the schooling system and TVET colleges to get a better sense of who is moving into colleges, at what age, from which grade, how many males, how many females, etc. There's a lot of work that's been done to compare school and university data from DHET, but this is an area where we still need to close this knowledge gap. We don't know enough currently about this movement, but we can, from what we know, for example, we do know something about the age distribution within TVET colleges, what qualifications TVET students already have, and by far most of them already had the NSC some years back. So the problem is clearly that colleges are not taking in younger learners as they should, and in a way there's a double dipping phenomenon whereby youths are getting an NQF 4 qualification from the schooling system and then getting another one in the TVET sector. And you'd be aware that this is inefficient, and it means that fewer learners are able we're less able to spread our resources across more learners. This confirms the problem of relatively old NCV learners in colleges. So if we take this into account, that 62% throughput rate that I mentioned earlier becomes about 65%. Now, you may think that that's a very small difference, but that's largely because so many of the college students in the past have already entered a college with the NSC. So they're not getting anything additional in the college sector, at least in terms of NQF levels. So the DHET and DBE are working on this. The college sector, DHET have committed to, during this year, focus more strongly on bringing in younger learners into TVET in the college. This is not an easy process and has all sorts of budgetary implications. For instance, in the TVET sector. All right, I have 3 minutes left. So how does this 65% throughput, which includes TVET colleges, how does that compare internationally? Well, if you take UNESCO data, if you look at their SDG, Sustainable Development Goal data, they actually put us at about 50% throughput for upper secondary. Our sources tell us it's 65%. And there's an explanation in the last NSC report as to why we find this difference. And it's very clear that the evidence does put us at 65 and not at 50. But the comparison is important. So many other countries, middle-income countries, sit at a similar level of upper secondary achievement. We're not that different from Cuba, Brazil, Indonesia, and we're far better than Ghana, Uruguay, and Algeria. This article from The Economist from last year is quite interesting. It actually argues that China should be a bit more like South Africa and Brazil, etc., when it comes to ensuring that their youths obtain complete secondary education. So in an international kind of perspective, South Africa is not doing that badly with respect to this indicator. Now, this is the trajectory we are on. So NSC passes are rising. They rose particularly during the pandemic. And if we continue along this path, we would be about by 83% by throughput rate by 2050. That's easily comparable to a rich country such as the United States. So these trajectories that we have been on for the last 20 years are the thing we must kind of use as our point of departure. If we want things to be different, then the question is how different? I mean, do we want this to be steeper? how much steeper do we want it to be? And to what extent can we actually improve the quality of education faster than this? Keeping in mind that the quality of education, according to the international testing systems, has improved relatively quickly in South Africa compared to other countries. We're still below where we should be, but the improvement is happening. I've soon finished. I think there are 1 or 2 slides left. So what DBE also publishes are grade-specific dropout rates. So yeah, grade 9, 4%, grade 10, 8% of learners drop out at the end of the year. So these are the grade-specific numbers that feed in to what I've been speaking earlier about, which is that 65% reach the NSC. So the question is, what happens to the others? And here you can see that there is dropping out at those grades. If you look at ages, there's very little dropping out below age 15. This is using DBE data now. And if you look at by grade, you will see that, yeah, these figures essentially agree with what we see in Stats SA. These are the grade-specific dropout rates. The priority for DBE currently in terms of monitoring dropping out is, number 1, to continue to strengthen LURITS, this system within EMIS, where we have the record of every learner, and we are able to see where learners move across schools, across provinces, where they disappear. And it's the disappearing that we need to be concerned about. And there's scope for better use of this LURITS data to identify dropout hotspots in the country, especially for children aged 15 and below, because this is what the South African Schools Act focuses on in particular. Number 2, a priority needs to be to close this knowledge gap that we have currently with respect to movements between schools and colleges. And so, yeah, improving learning and teaching is important. The general education certificate in grade 9 will very much change the way learners move from schools to colleges. Colleges understandably have a concern about taking in learners without any national qualification, because it's difficult for them to place and compare learners in terms of their college programs. We recognize that apart from academic achievement, there are psychosocial issues that contribute to dropping out, including bullying, gender-based violence. And so there are a number of initiatives to support teachers and learners in this regard. And then the conclusion. This is my last slide. So let me just go through each of these points because they're important. So first, the NSC throughput has risen from 55% in 2019 to 62% in 2022. That's how many youths get to obtain the NSC. If we look at the education system more holistically and consider something equivalent in the TVET sector, that rises to about 65%. The difference between this and this should be larger. If we had more younger learners entering colleges, the difference would be larger. Colleges would, to a greater extent, provide the qualifications that our youths need. Grade-specific rates in the range of 3% to 9% at the secondary level. All of these figures, the figures in red, have been improving over the last 20 years and can be expected to improve further. They're not unusual by developing country standards. Contrary to expectations, the pandemic pushed survival to grade 12 up. And then lastly, just to sum up, the key things that we need to do and that we are doing in order to improve the prospects for youths and to address dropping out are looking at the quality of teaching and learning, A. B, psychosocial support to address issues relating to drugs, bullying, etc. C, the GEC, in order to facilitate that movement to colleges. And D, tighter monitoring of school participation, so we have a better idea of exactly where learners are dropping out. And I must say, the pandemic taught us a lot of things. And I think these monitoring systems were strengthened as a result of the pandemic and all the concerns that were raised. Thank you very much.
Minister, can I proceed? I take it the DG is not.
Thank you. Chair. We're in your hands, Chair. We're fine. No, we're fine.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gustafson. Members, this is the presentation from DBE on the dropout. Can I note hands? There is a hand of Honorable Sukers on the platform. Let me hand over to you, Honorable Sukers.
Good morning, Chair.
My hand, Chair, my hand.
Who's that now? Is the fighter, ne? Is that the fighter?
Yes, it's the fighter. She has network problems.
Yeah, just
okay.
recognize me, Chair.
Yeah, you must move also from where you are. Sukers?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and to the department and everybody that is joining us this morning. Chair, I'm sitting in the middle of load shedding here, and so I would keep my video off with your indulgence. I want to say thank you to the department for the presentation. And before I delve into the questions that I've developed, I just want to make an observation. The reality in terms of the lived reality, I would say, of the dropout rate as we see it on the ground is certainly worrying for us, for me, in the 2-week period that I've been doing visits here at the schools in the Northern Cape, specifically Richmond High, I'm going to use as an example. 113 learners started in grade 1. In grade 8. The number of learners that completed matric was 43. So you had about a 69% dropout of learners. And we see these learners on the streets. They are not in the system. They are not in a TVET college. And so when we just take this as an example, and as you go through the Northern Cape specifically, and I will even say pockets of the Western Cape that I am very familiar with, that suffers under gang violence, it would have similar statistics. And the picture looks exactly the same. So my developed questions around this would most likely convey that concern. I just want to say that, and we have a serious problem with dropout. The one thing that I want to address in terms of the presentation, the DBE, I want to ask the minister, in fact, what the political leadership is going to do to ensure you develop a proper partnership relationship with NGOs. Because too much of the report is not about the dropout problem, but about addressing the fights in the press with the NGOs. So how do we vote for more funds for this department, or even motivate for more funds, if there is not an effective relationship, constructive relationship with NGOs that are working in the sector? because I've heard references in terms of the differences between the report of the DBE and that of the NGO. And so that is thus my question. What is being done to ensure that there is a proper partnership between the department and the NGOs? And I'm not going to expand, I can expand more on that, because my experience in terms of NGOs and departments, not specifically this department, but certainly departments within government and the NGO sector is problematic at the moment. If you read what is happening with funding specifically and the working relationships with departments. So I would like the Minister to comment on that. What we have here, Chair, is preliminary data rather than an in-depth research. It is also not the result of comprehensive research program. I know the Minister referenced, and I'm under correction, in terms of the research that will be done by the department in depth. And I assume it includes the dropout. But the report in front of us is not that. It is a preliminary data report. It is not in depth. So we don't really understand the dropout phenomena. And that's why I referred to Richmond High, where we had the number of students, 113 in grade 8, 43 of them has fallen out. We need to understand what is at the heart of this. I have proposed before, Chair, that there be a 3-part research model: real-time or near real-time, ongoing detailed monitoring. So we say, give us a report if you can produce one on 2 weeks' notice, academic research that has 1 to 3 year time horizons that tell us why dropout is happening. And I want to make this comment, Chair. I know there was a report by Equal Education that specifically focused as well on dropout, specifically where gang violence is concerned, and how that affects children. We as an organization specifically looked at what is the reason for children, what is the current statistics on violence on children. I received the research report, I think a month ago, and it is a staggering number of children that are being exposed to violence, children that are experiencing violence, and affected by violence in their homes. And this is why I am making this, I'm now pleading, actually, I'm making a plea that we urgently need to understand what is affecting dropout, and specifically how violence in areas like your South Peninsula, your Lavender Hills, those places, those pockets of where it is gang violence, other places like in your Northern Cape, where you are sitting with domestic violence, poverty that affects children. We need to understand that to have proper interventions, and we need the department to tell us what those interventions are, the integrated solutions that the department is looking at. So, Chair, then I want to say the Minister has stated how critical dropout is. Can dropout reporting be included in our quarterly report? That's what I would like to see. I'm going to go back to an issue, and I think the professor or the presenter spoke on this, and didn't in depth go into slide, on my slides it was slide 13, but it's possible that it's different on the current presentation with the additions of slides. So I think it would be slide 16. I'm not 100% sure. I don't understand that slide completely. On slide 16 or slide 13, there's a phenomena which seems problematic. The cohort in grade 9 was 960,930 in grade 10. That cohort increases to 1,104,069. That is 143,139 increase. Can Dr. Gustafson explain what accounts for the increase? And can he provide an analysis on why this is? He mentioned the retention. I understand that the retention is a part of it, but we need in-depth analysis, because that It's an anomaly. You cannot have such a huge increase. Could this not be, for an example, an increase due to learners coming from independent schools or from neighboring countries with a view of university entry? And then what research do we have on off-rolling? Off-rolling is a process in which learners are forced out of school. I've had complaints, and we have an excellent case study on this one. If we just use one case, I had complaints where constituents that weak or difficult learners are forced out of school to protect school matric pass rates in both public and independent schools. And the increase in the number of matriculants passing in the last few years may be due to schools not being able to off-roll learners as easily. Because we have seen that even with the DG's assistance, we've had a case where with the DG's assistance, we were able to retain a problematic learner that the school would have off-rolled. And it's amazing what schools do in order to get problematic learners out. So that is my question. And then I'm going to read from a City Press report from yesterday, reporting on a question asked in the Gauteng legislature and the answer of the MEC. It says this, Gauteng has over 200,000 grades 1 to 12 pupils who have apparently dropped out of school during the 2022 academic year. Now, this is a staggering statistics that was revealed in a written reply to the Gauteng legislator by Provincial Education MEC on Monday. So according to Chelona, out of 2 million, over 2 million pupils who were enrolled by the department in 2021, only, I just made a mistake here, but there is a discrepancy between the number of learners who were enrolled in 2021 and the number of learners that were retained. I don't know if Dr. Gustafsson has the particulars of that, but can he possibly comment on how this tracking happens with your reports that you've presented here today? So the tracking of learners using the example of Gauteng. Chair, I think those are my questions. If there's anything I need to repeat, I'm sorry, there's just a lot of movement and noise around me. Then please just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Zyl.
Good morning, Chairperson, to yourself, to the administration team, the Minister and colleagues. I've got a couple of comments that could be construed as questions or questions that could be construed as comments. I will help Honourable Sukers. It was the DA just yesterday with the reports. So we got the report from the MEC Chiliwane yesterday in Gauteng that 200,000 learners dropped out in the 2022 academic year. And of that 200,000, 53,935 were of school-going age. He said they left, but he doesn't know where they've gone to. So dropouts is very concerning, and the number of children lost to the system is very worrying. This impacts their futures. It impacts unemployment, as they will struggle to find meaningful employment in the country to be lifted out of poverty. Then some slide made mention, and Dr. Gustafsson even mentioned that China and how China should be more like South Africa when it comes to secondary completion. It further stated that in China, most of its working age population still lacks a high school education. You see, this is the thing about statistics and only showing half the coin. If it's researched, it will be seen and very clear that China has a very low middle class level workforce. And due to the ban on having only one child in China, that this country faces a real problem when it comes to skilled workforce, and that a gap will exist and will get bigger as older workers then retire. So surely as South Africa, we want to be skilled, we want to have our workers skilled to be better off and better skilled by providing good quality education and curbing the high dropout rates. Another slide made mention with dropout rates amongst grade 7 and 8 learners. There was further mention that quality of learning and teaching is the main lever to keep more learners in school. While today I will tell you that in the rural parts of our country, a lack of enough schools is just as high as a lever. In my town, for an example, the rural Eastern Cape, there are only 3 secondary or high schools. but many primary schools. There's one school in particular that only goes to grade 8. And you will find that more than 50, if not 60% and higher of those learners drop out as there isn't a high school for them to go to. They're not a feeder school to any school. So a shortage and balance of schools in communities remains problematic. There simply isn't enough schools. So then just to conclude, the fact of the matter is we have half of our children dropping out of school, adding to the unemployment rate rather than contributing to the economy. And we don't know where or who these children are. This department needs to do a lot more than draw up statistics and start actually to see what the problems are to rectify the situation. Build more schools, improve teaching and learning to a better quality, give schools and educators the best tools to make a success of our children's futures. After all, it's the minister that says children are a national asset. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Fighter?
Thanks, Chair. Morning, members. Chair, what are the reasons for disagreeing with the proposals by the NGO Zero Dropouts on ensuring that there is an Excel-based early warning system for dropouts? What system does the department have in place at the moment? And is that system working? Secondly, Chair, has there been a comparison between fee-paying schools and non-fee-paying schools in as far as the dropout rates are concerned? If so, what are the details? On page 5 of the presentation, what is the explanation for the reliance of telephonic surveys? What are the primary forms the department uses to get its data? Because I would have thought that primarily the department should rely on its own statistics. The presentation, Chair, highlights that there is no data on the transition of learners from schools to TVETs, which may inflate what we view as dropping out. Why has this not been addressed? Should there be a database of all the learners that is commonly available to both DBE and DHET? If not, why hasn't this database been developed? I think I've covered my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
You are so audible. Thank you, Fighter. Honorable Itzia?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning to the minister and the team from the department and everybody else on the platform and at home. Let me first, Chair, apologize for not opening my video. I'm also affected by load shedding, and my bandwidth might decrease significantly if I open my video. Also apologize that I may sound different. I am suffering from flu, and I might be coughing here and there, so please bear with me. Secondly, let's appreciate the in-depth presentation, well thought, well put together, a presentation from the department. Appreciate the presentation as done by Dade Gustafson Martin. Chair, I think from the presentation itself, we now have an appreciation that just looking at the number of entrants in grade 1 in 2011 and comparing them with those who wrote matric in 2022 does not give a clearer picture or dispels the notion that those who did not write matric in 2022 would have dropped out in the system. The presentation, Chair, clarifies that some who may have entered in grade 1 and in 2011 and did not write in 2022, many of them would have been still in the system, but they will not have been in matric because in 1 or more years in between, they may have, the system would have forced them to repeat a grade, which dispels the notion that those ones would have dropped out. And I think this is a significant information that this meeting must take into cognizance. Secondly, I hear that members of the DA or Mefan Zeil and Honorable Sukers would have mentioned an answer by MEC Matume Chilwan in a Gauteng legislature just yesterday about those that believes that they are dropped out. About 50,000 of them or so who, according to the understanding of the mentioned members, is that they dropped out of the schooling environment. And I think we must clarify that that was not what was said in that answer. What was said there was that they would have left the formal schooling or the basic education as we know it. A number of them might have went to TVET colleges to pursue NCV studies and all of that. A number of them would have went to homeschooling and all of that. And therefore, I think we must just put that into context as to what was then meant by the MEC yesterday. They would have been lost in the formal basic education schooling, but not necessarily lost in the schooling as we know it in the context of this country. Can Paul Sichabelo please mute because the sound that comes really disturbs our thought process. So I thought I must just clarify that part. Maybe the first question would be to piggyback on what the latter speaker just spoke about, Fighter, about the tracking system that the Department of Basic Education, together with the Department of Higher Education, should embark on developing to track the number of these learners that may leave school between grade 11 and 12 and go to TVET colleges. Maybe that system must be, the two departments must develop that system urgently so that we don't think that because learners are no longer who are supposed to go and do grade 11, we can't track them in our homes, in our schools, and we believe that we have lost them. Some of them, Chairperson, we may have lost them in the school in Gauteng, but they may have went to the Eastern Cape or went back home in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, or migrated because of work in Western Cape. For an example, at the beginning of this year, there would have been a father who came from my region, who was a police officer, who was given a promotion to go work in the Western Cape. And the child was supposed to do grade 12 in Gauteng, in the West Rand, in Kagiso. And they migrated to the Western Cape with the father. And the MEC of Gauteng will not have gotten the indication that that child has been accepted in the Western Cape. And only if the system of basic education was integrated, or they had an integrated system to track learners by IDs, that this one moved from here to this school, will not be having this thing that that child dropped out, because that might be a misinformation based on lack of sufficient evidence or sufficient information that this child has not dropped out, but this child has migrated to another province, to another province, but still within the schooling system. So let's not, this data that we're dealing with, Chairperson, may not be giving us a clearer picture of what is this thing called a dropout. And I think we must honestly try and interrogate this number thoroughly. And because of that, I want to then suggest one that I was just talking about now, that higher education, basic education, get into a room, develop a system of tracking those who are moving from basic education to do NCVs at TVET colleges, who are finishing their NQF level 4 at TVET colleges. Let's be able to track them at that level. 2, basic education itself. Let's have a national database system where we're able to say this child migrated from this province to that province, and give that information to that province itself, and not say that the child would have dropped out. Thirdly, basic education have develop another system with the Department of Home Affairs to track whether this child did not come back to school, would have passed on or not, because that's what the system of Home Affairs should have. The Department of Correctional Services, to find out if this child has moved from normal schooling because they are now incarcerated somewhere in a facility, correctional facility, and are now doing their matric in a correctional facility. Let's get that with what used to be called ABED, is now called CET. So the Department of Basic Education, or different departments, can develop systems to track these learners with just a simple ID number, to track where these learners are. So we might be sitting here believing that a number of learners have indeed dropped out of school. Can't these learners are somewhere along our school systems in a different province? Some of them are in, doing NCV at TVET colleges. They are, doing at a CET, what we call night school or ABET, and all of that. So I think that would have been my point on trying to answer the article that Mefan Zaid would have tried to post on the group. Now, I think it's important, Department of DPE, to note that intergovernmental relations are paramount to increase the impact of government. So what areas of improvement over and above what we just said are required, according to you, to enhance tracking of learners who generally may drop out, in the context of these learners who may transit to the college system or CET or TVET or and all of that. And then generally having school living certificate or general education certificate for learners in grade 9 who may transit to the TVET system after grade 9 can also enhance the tracking of learners. Sorry, I did say that I have flu. Can enhance the tracking of learners. Is there anything that you want to inform us about on the introduction of such? the BELA bill has a clause there which speaks about enhancing the level of accountability of SMTs on dropouts. How will this enhance efforts to reduce the dropout rate, and what casual factor intervention will school management teams focus on, and what systems will be developed to support the schools management systems in doing these things? I think that should be all of my questions. Let me see. Yeah, no, that's all of my questions. But I want to appreciate the presentation from the department. At least, unlike some who may not have listened intentionally or not to the presentation, it gives an account on some misinformation that those who may not have progressed would have dropped out. I think for me, that's the most important part that your system or your presentation responds to. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Again, apologies for the sound of my voice, man. I flew. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Notada.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, can I just check if I'm audible before I continue?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just checking if I'm audible because I'm currently, maybe my network might not be stable. I'm just doing oversight visits on pit toilets in schools across the country. And currently I'm in the Eastern Cape. And I went to a school where the DG apparently arrived at 10 at night to show that he's very serious about eradicating pit toilets. But the sad part about it is that they're putting dry sanitation in a school that has access to water. But we're told that only those toilets are being put where there is no access to water. But it's a discussion for another day, nonetheless, Chair. So first of all, I'd like to make a point and say that, look, dropouts are a very serious issue in the country, and we should never downplay it. In whatever way, try to making arguments for the exception or make it seem less of a problem than it is, because then we're going to have a problem at a later stage in remedying the situation based on our own diagnosis that could have been with shortcomings. So I think in principle, we must all agree that dropouts are a massive issue. And I say this because Stats SA released statistics that there's an increase from 3.3 million youth that is not in education, employment, or training to 3.5 from 3.3 million to 3.8 million in the last quarter of the year in 2022. Which is a massive concern, because when you say youth is not in education, employment, or training, it simply means that they are not in the classroom in any institution, whether it's a TVET college, whether it's a school. They are not in any workplace. They are not in any training facility of some sort that might have been provided by DHEAD or whatever the case may be. And obviously, a percentage of those are children of school-going age. And I'd implore the department to go look at those statistics if they haven't done that. Because I'd written to the president to communicate some of these statistics, that they have increased by over 500,000 young people that have joined those ranks of not being in education, employment, or training since the last Sona speech in 2021. So it's very important not to downplay the issue. And, if we're going to try and politicize things and make comments about misconstruing information and all of that, it's not going to help the cause, because at the end of the day, the people that are going to suffer are those young people, those children that leave our schooling system, that end up in unemployment ranks, they end up in the poverty line, surviving with 17 rand a day, and ultimately bekhongozele urhulumente. So we shouldn't be, proud of the statistics that we have, where a lot of our children are actually leaving the schooling system. So I thought it's very important to make that point, that, if you downplay the issue, then, we're losing the battle in any case. The second thing is that I want to interrogate the presentation that has been made today, because, stats can be used very conveniently sometimes. And it's a pity that I wasn't here for the minister's comments and the start of the presentation, but I've read through it and I've made my notes. So apologies if I don't know who did the presentation, but I want to ask the following questions nonetheless. When you calculate your throughput rate that you say is 62%, are you basing that throughput rate based on the number of children that started in grade 1 and completed matric? Or are you basing that throughput rate, particularly for the NSC, from grade 10 to matric? Because there's two different exit points in basic education. The first exit point is in grade 9, where there's a general education certificate that is being developed at this point in time that will ultimately, take course. But learners it's compulsory for them to go to school up to a certain age, in particular grade 9. And then they've got an option either to continue to the FET phase to complete matric from grade 10 to matric, or ultimately they can go join a TVET college. And you've indicated that from the statistics based on the age at the moment, there's only 3% that you could really say, well, maybe because of the age, these learners have left in grade 9 and then they've joined a TVET college. Or are you basing the throughput rate based on from grade 10 to matric? Because you see, when we say that the real matric pass rate is a certain percentage, we're not basing that on information that is from grade 1 to matric. No, it's not. It's based on the fact that learners that start grade 10 ought to complete matric, right? And if along the way, there are different circumstances, but along the way, they will drop out. I've seen in your statistics now saying that the dropout rate under general for grade 10 is about 4%, in matric is around 28%, which is actually questionable. Because if in 2020, you had, just give me a second just to open the thing. If in 2020 you had just over 1.1 million, grade 10s, and then in 2022, you've got 775,000 actually sitting down for, in fact, getting to matric from that cohort, despite the fact that there's about 900,000 of them that actually sat for the matric exam. What are you basing that dropout rate on? Or what are you basing those statistics on saying that the dropout rate could possibly be 4% or 28%? And it would be interesting to hear that, because when we talk about throughput rate, we talk about there must be two different exit points. So there must be two different analysis of that, of which the one you're saying that you will explore as to how many learners have gone to a TVET college.
Is it only me that lost him? Or am I lost myself?
No, Chair, we can hear everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think we have lost Nodada.
No, I'm here, Chair.
In the
He's
meantime,
present, Chair. We can hear him.
Chair, you can't. It's you that can't hear me. I'm here.
oh, I don't know what is happening. Okay, then, sharp boy.
All right. So I think I need to get clarity on that in terms of the throughput rate in totality, whether we calculate from grade 1 until matric, or do we have the different phases, because there's two different exit points. So it'd be interesting to hear that and how those statistics are based on that. Because if we look at it from grade 10 to matric, there are various factors. There might be learners that fail and repeat a grade, and we need to get a statistics of how many of those actually happen between grade 10 and matric. You might have a situation whereby learners see in grade 10, hey, you know what I chose, the pathway might be difficult, let me go to a TVET college. You might have those learners, but the vast majority of those learners that then don't get to a matric exam at the end of the tunnel in grade 12 have left the system. And that's why Stats SA tells us that, there's about 500,000 young people that have dropped out, that are not in education, employment, or training. So it should be a concerning figure for us. And for us to nip it in the bud, we must be honest about what those figures look like and where those people and where those learners go. So that's the first question, the first point that I would like to get clarity on. And then, I understand the enthusiasm, and maybe I get it, but I don't, of saying, well, TVET colleges are not taking in as many young people as they're supposed to. Well, to be honest, our TVET colleges, and vast majority of them, are in shambles on their own. They teach outdated curriculum. They've got oversaturated courses. I mean, it's not appealing to parents to go there unless you're in Gauteng or the Western Cape, or in some instances, good TVET colleges in other provinces. But, the reality of the situation is that it's very difficult to attract learners from our grade 9 cohort that could go to our TVET colleges because they're just simply in shambles. And the qualifications that they will get there, whether it's an NCV, which is a level 4, a nated course that may be outdated in curriculum, it's very difficult to get them there. And we need to be realistic about that. And maybe there should be a better partnership on saying, if we want to attract more of young learners to go through that system of vocational, technical, and occupational studies after grade 9, then maybe we should improve that. The reality is that under half of our young people don't obtain an NSC, and that shouldn't be something that we're proud of. There might have been a slight improvement over the years, which we won't dispute. But the reality is that we're not where we're supposed to be. And at the end of the day, when a child does not complete a qualification that could get them access to opportunity at a later stage, they simply end up in unemployment and poverty. And we get surprised tomorrow when the poverty numbers rise, when the unemployment numbers rise, because we've got a system that is not honest with itself as to, are we retaining enough of these children? Are we doing enough to make sure that we keep them in school? They at least get some form of education or some form of skill or qualification for them to go and change the circumstance of their birth and fight for their future. So I want to ask the department on that particular issue. What is DBE doing to resolve the problems that you as a department contribute to when it comes to dropouts? We know that part of the reason why children drop out is because of poor quality teaching in the classroom. So what are you doing about that to ensure that where there are challenges, we've got over 1,500 and odd unqualified teachers, we've got challenges in different hotspots of the country where there's poor quality teaching in the classroom that contributes to dropouts. Because if a child is not taught well in the classroom, ultimately they won't be able to read, write, understand numeracy, let alone in any language, read in any language, which we've seen that 8 out of 10 grade 4 children can't read in any language. So what are you doing as a department, part of your contribution to dropouts? Let's leave the outside factors that there may be home circumstances that may prevent a child. I mean, as I speak to you now, KZN and the Eastern Cape the departments of education have not delivered or transferred school nutrition money to schools, and in some instances giving children food, bolil, I don't even know how to put it in English. But those things contribute to a child being hungry in the classroom. As I speak to you now, I tried to contact Dr. Whittles yesterday to ask what is going on, whether the department is intervening in these provinces that are not providing school nutrition, because those things contribute. When a child is hungry, they get embarrassed in school. They'd rather stay at home. They don't, they're not enthusiastic about learning and so on, and that contributes to it. So as a department, in these things that happen that contribute to dropouts, what are you doing about that? So it's poor quality teaching in the classroom. There's a poor education environment, a conducive learning environment. I mean, children are still dying in pit toilets. There's dilapidated infrastructure. The school that I'm in today, I don't think I'd ever send my child here. I don't think, let alone any of you in the department that works there, would send their children here. And this is not a conducive learning environment for children. What are you doing as a department to create a conducive learning environment for children that contributes to dropouts? Go look at stats and say part of the reasons, your own reasons as a department as to why children drop out. And now you're talking about psychosocial support. Have you identified those hotspot areas where you need to give psychosocial support? And what exactly are you doing on that? Are you putting more social workers and psychologists in schools, career guidance in schools to make sure that these learners get to where they need to go? Are you putting the interventions that are needed for reading for meaning so that these learners don't drop out at some point in the journey because they can't comprehend their work? As a department, what are you doing about the things that you contribute to when it comes to dropouts? Now, the second last thing is, the reality is that there's over 200,000 children in Gauteng, particularly, that has been reported that are purported to be dropped out. But Honorable Letia, the MEC in Gauteng says, look, 53,000 of these children, I don't know where they are. I can't locate them anywhere. So let's not downplay the issue. Let's nip it in the bud. Let's see, where does those statistics come from? How can we make sure that we locate where those children are? We've got SASAMs, we've got LURITs that the department uses to track dropouts. You know, how do we locate those children? Because you've got the information of those children. It's in your systems. It's a matter of locating where are they, you know, are they at home? Have they moved to a TVET college? It's not like you don't have access to information of that. Rather than saying, well, no, you know, these children could have easily gone this and done that. And I mean, that's just simple speculation. An issue has been put on the table. Let's intervene in the issue, see what the problem is, and then intervene with the right issues there. And then the last point I just want to make is that when we talk about throughputs and dropouts and the real matric pass rates and so on, it's very important to be honest in the discussion. Because if you're going to come to us and present and say, well, it's wrong for you to calculate the throughput from grade 1 to matric, it's wrong to do this, and we don't agree with a zero dropout. What are you taking from the people that are critiquing the system, that are giving you suggestions to how to improve the system? What have you learned from them? What lessons have you taken? Rather than being hard-headed and say, well, we don't accept anything from zero dropout. We don't accept the criticism that our throughput rate is not what we purport it to be. Then put the facts on the table, because there are facts that are being put on the table, not just by you, but by Stats SA, that say to you that there is a problem when it comes to dropouts, and don't downplay the issue. And I think that's where the problem is now. And we want to hurl insults and all of that. It's not about that. What we need to be asking ourselves the question is, how do we curtail the problem? How do we truly diagnose the problem? And the last point on this, I did propose this to the DG, that we need to also start looking at the quality of our throughput. Where do these learners end up? As part of our discussions with DHEAD on TVET colleges, let's also have a discussion about those that complete the NSC. How many of them actually enter the DHEAD system, so that we can measure the quality of our throughput and not just purport statistics? Because primarily part of our responsibility is to develop a youth that is going to be the future of this country, that is going to be able to eradicate poverty, end poverty, be able to be employed at the end of the day, contribute to their families, change the circumstance of their birth. And that's why it's important for us to give them a good foundational education and not lose them through the system. And if we do lose them through the system, track them, retain them. If we can't retain them, then be able to usher them into a TVET college that is going to give them a quality skill or education that they can use for tomorrow. And I think that's where the principle is. And that's where we should be taking this, and not just simply saying, well, we don't agree with that, and if there's a problem with that. Well, the reality is that that's where statistics show us. And these are not just statistics, these are real faces and real people and real children and young people at the end of the tunnel after those statistics that they've purported. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Atwans.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to your good self, members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to the Minister, the DG, and the entire team of the department, to the parliamentary staff and our committee staff. Greetings to you all. Chairperson, let me also appreciate the presentation that is long overdue. It has been one of the popular demanded presentations by this committee. Chair, I would also agree with the members that I believe that the problem with the learner dropout does not only lie with the department, or it's not only the responsibility of the Department of Basic Education, as there are many factors that really contributes to learners dropping out of school or can be traced in the education system. And also, Chair, we must acknowledge the work that has been done so far I think this presentation is really augmenting to the presentation that we received in early January or February on the NSC results presentation. It's more similar to that presentation because it outlines how the cohort of 2011 to 2022 has been being able to be traced all those years. And it's what we are seeing also today in the presentation. And also, Chair, I would agree that there is a lot of programs that we see that the department has put in place in trying to mitigate some of the factors that are contributing to learner dropouts, or trying to also keep the learners in school. For example, the one of there was a problem with young girls or girls in a girl child in school. When it comes to during their periods, when they don't have proper sanitary towels and such a needy and important things that they would need to use and be safe and clean in school. And when they don't have them, they would rather stay at home and not understanding why the learners were not actually attending school, more especially the girl child, up until it was resolved that learners now can receive such assistance in schools. There are schools that if not all of them, especially the public schools, that as and when we do even our oversight visit as a committee, we even get to understand if there are such assistance to such learners that really are from those destitute families. And we must also appreciate those efforts that are made by the departments in such programs. The issue of, learners that, are from very poor families where there is no food at home. And it was one of the contributing factors that, learners will go to school hungry and they will not be able to concentrate in school. So they would opt to drop out and find means and ways of getting something to eat. Now we find that in schools now there's school nutrition programs that has been doing very well all these years. Yes, there are challenges there and there, and as a committee we are not sleeping on the job. We, as and when we hear of such challenges, we are quickly attending to them. And I'm sure we'll also hear from the department how are they dealing with that challenge now that has arose in KZN about those schools that are not providing school nutrition. We did that with Limpopo, and now everything is back in order. The school transport or scholar transport also, it was one of the contributing factors. And as a committee, we also pronounce ourselves and we take it upon ourselves as a committee to make sure that those kind of challenges that are faced by, poorest of the poor in communities, that they don't have any means of, assisting themselves in making sure that their learners or kids are able to attend school, that the department must intervene. And we saw that there's also some of the mitigating factors that are in place and programs in addressing such challenges. And we acknowledge the research that has been done because it has been a thorny issue to this committee to say But where are these kids? Even though we see them, like Honorable Sukers indicated, that some of them, you see them there in the Western Cape under the bridges. You know, when you pass in town, in Cape Town, in Gauteng, we saw, especially in big cities, you see a number of young kids roaming the streets that are homeless. And you can see that those learners are not attending schools. And now there is a growing trend of, of these young kids now that are using drugs, a different kind of, harmful substances. And also we see them not attending school. You'll find them in corners. You'll see them, collecting these metals, going to scrapyard to sell them for just a quick fix. And some of them end up in jail. And that is one of the numbers that we're not even talking about. And I think at some point we must also look into those learners or young kids that end up in juvenile at a very young age. You'll see 11, 12, less than 15-year-olds that are in such a juvenile prison. I know here in Klerksdorp, there's one here called Busasa. It's always full and flooded by young people, young kids. And you ask yourself whether those kids are able to get any form of education. So we really need to assist one another. The departments must really assist in making sure that all learners or children in this country, they get education that they deserve, they get the protection, and their rights are also being adhered to as stipulated in the Constitution. But Chair, let me just pause and pose a few questions to the presentation and that was presented by Professor Martin. The first question that I would want to ask is with regard to the dropout that is impacted by multiple social factors that is beyond the department purview, requiring societal intervention and multi-departmental interventions. How is the department or other departments such as social development and civil societies contributing to the re-enrollment of learners who would have dropped out and in the statistic that we are speaking about? So is there any efforts or programs that are in place, in addressing such with a different department, as mentioned? The other one is what are the main casual factors for dropping out, and what is the geographical class and gender composition of learners who drop out? If maybe we can get a feel where is majority of this dropout happening in our country. And lastly, maybe can increasing the compulsory school attendance as the BELA bill is seeking to achieve, the school attendance age and grade positively impact the attendance rate and the throughput rate in our education system? Will it reduce those who are not in education employment and training between the age of 15 to 18? Will it work on reducing the numbers that we see of learners that either are dropping out or can't be traced in the education system? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Murwatsetla.
My chair, once more, good morning to yourself, to the minister, the team. Basic education is led by our own Director General, who is currently in KZN, and fellow honorable members. Let us salute you. Going straight forward, Chairperson, let me rise and welcome and appreciate this presentation. Others have already indicated that a long overdue presentation. You see, Chair, as a portfolio committee on basic education, ours as public representative is to represent and make it a point that whatever view we communicate to the public is as correctly as it is researched and scientifically so. Because you see, we may unnecessarily find ourselves in a position where we will be misleading the nation. And that will be a sad day for this republic, South Africa. Mudula Studio. The whole subject on dropouts, we all agree that is a cause for concern. And more and above all, it's very much worrisome. You see, our expectation is when you start a journey, our expectation is that you will walk to the end. Fidel Castro, let me quote, had this to say, that when I join a procession to the funeral or to the cemetery, I walk until I reach the graveside. That in itself is what we call the level of commitment. I think on this subject, Chair, as some of us initially indicated, that we need the department to come forward and give us a well-researched position on dropouts. It was after we have realized that there are many people, there are many schools of thought who are talking on the same subject, but shooting from the rafters, from different angles. And today, we must sit or rise here as the portfolio committee to appreciate this presentation as brought before us. We have been crying for a well-researched and a scientific presentation on the dropouts. And I believe this is what we have now. However fundamental to all this said and done, if we were to confine ourselves to these 3 points that I've noted here, we would be able to get out of this portfolio committee in unison and be able to report to the general public in unison. let me try to raise the questions before me as I've tried to summarize them. How serious is the level of dropouts within our education system? And I believe the presentation has responded to that question. Number two, what could be contributing factors to the anomaly, as said above, dropouts? I believe the scientific, well-researched presentation has also tried to address that. And number three, what is the Department of Basic Education doing to curb this scourge? I think that's where all of us now must be. You see, Honorable Aduance has just indicated that it cannot only be the baby of the Department of Basic Education. You see, the moment when there is a problem, you start by finger pointing. That is the beginning of your failure. The moment when you have got a problem, you start right away by condemning other people. In as much as you point a finger at other people without even the slightest contribution towards the solution, you must know that three fingers are coming back to you to say you are 3 times as guilty or as irrelevant as the situation is. So this is the main question we should focusing on. What is the Department of Education doing to curb this scourge of dropout? Because indeed the report has acknowledged that we have got the dropout as a challenge. Wabona, Honorable Nodan, maybe I've got an upper hand today because I'm amongst the last to speak. No, bro. First, you have confessed that you logged in late. And which it's normal. We don't know what is your situation with regard to load shedding or connectivity wherever you are. And now, all of a sudden, despite that late looking, you come with your unrepentant and sketching and emotionally charged attacks. You keep on repeating the word downplay, downplay. What is being downplayed here? Because the report as presented, it is scientifically researched and even with some important references to that effect. But now, attack. How do you build the education system if we're going to keep on attacking? We know it's true that the line function of an opposition is to oppose, but we can't keep on opposing even those information which were scientifically researched. Otherwise, the public is going to laugh at us as public representatives that we do not know what we are actually doing. This report accepts that indeed we have got challenges with regard to the dropout. Nobody's denying. So what is the question which says we are downplaying, you are downplaying? I go another way. I am going to plead to this portfolio committee to be as factual as we are expected to be. The report further reveals that we are not any candidate of the worst dropout countries in the world. Why can't we accept that? At some stage, we are doing good. However, having said all those things, I've got 2 questions to ask Chairperson here. My first question is, but I'm asking for improvement in our way of approaching things in any case. My first, there is a contradiction of the effect brought about by UNESCO and which, of course, the scientific report is equally challenging. No. Now my question is, Chair, what actions action is the Department of Basic Education taking to close the information gap between its data and that of UNESCO, which can have the negative implications on the standing of our education system globally, which may end up leading to the state of education system in South Africa being undermined in one way or the other. The other question, of course, is with regard to following. I think Honorable Adwans tried to touch it, though from a different angle. Following on the dropouts and also the level of enforcement of education in our country, because if we are going to come out with the strategies of following up those who have dropped out, and also come up with the level of enforcement of education, of course, alluded to in the BELA bill. I think we will be getting closer to solving the problem. And hence, I would plead with the department by raising this question: what mechanisms are in place to follow learners who have dropped out? And further, what is the level of enforcement on compulsory education in South Africa? Maybe let me stop, Chairperson, and give you the moment and chance to sum up. Thank you very much. And Africans will say, after us from working the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet the department, the DG, his team. Let me also extend my greetings to the Minister. I had lost connectivity, so I'm not certain if she's still on the platform. Let me greet fellow members of the Portfolio Committee. Oh, no. I can see the Minister is here. I would want to make a few observations and inputs on the presentation. I also would like to welcome the presentation delivered by the professor. It is enlightening, to say the least, and it provides light to a subject matter which is highly contested. And let me begin by then saying that the difficulty with an analysis packaged as a research report is that because of the various methodologies that can be employed to conduct research and the set parameters to conduct such research, you may find that one perspective differs with another. And in the scholastic space, this is why we have what you may term the development of knowledge that may lead to a common agreement on any particular subject. And in the simple terms, you have a thesis, you would have an antithesis, and then finally you would then come to a synthesis of what would then be deemed to be normative standards of knowledge on a particular subject. I do not think that with this particular subject matter, there is agreement on the various interlocutors in the space of pedagogy and basic education as a sector on what parameters should be applied on this particular subject. And I mention this because when you zoom into the different journals, articles, research papers that exist, and even the data that is provided by various institutions and organs of state, like Statistics South Africa, that what comes through, Honorable Chair, is that there is a thesis, there is a antithesis, but it doesn't look like there's yet a synthesis on what should be regarded as authority on this subject matter. The problem with what we have in front of us, and which I would want to encourage the department to look into, is to provide disaggregated analytics on the various parameters that are utilized to come to a conclusion that is then put before us as a percentage of the throughput rate versus the discussion around dropping out of the sector of our learners. The lack of disaggregation and itemized disaggregated analysis opens room for naysayers to go out there and say the sector is failing. And yet, there is no historical context provided for which we must always refer if we are to be fair, whether we are failing or not. If the record we have in 2019 that has been provided says that the throughput rate was sitting below 60%, and now in 2022, 2023, the throughput rate is sitting at 62%, we should be able to appreciate that there is improvement. And we should not lambast unnecessarily as if there is a retrogression on what needs to be done or what has been achieved before. For me, Chair, the growth in the improvement of the throughput rate or the survival rate, using whatever parameters that the research presented to us, has demonstrated that there is improvement and there is work being done to curtail the dropouts that are so pervasive in the sector. What we should also avoid is that we should avoid a narrative for political expediency that terms such improvement and puts it or casts it in a bad light. Because if we are to continue with a narrative that says the department is not doing anything, the department is not improving the sector, and yet we have statistics before us that says there is a notable improvement on the throughput rate between 2019 and 2022, 2023, what else then becomes the measure or the metric we want to use to measure whether we are improving or not? The department improves, we must appreciate the work that is being done. And if we are to apply the principle of incremental growth, you will appreciate that with time, the trajectory of improvement will see the graph take a vertical outlook. We may be now on a curve, an upward curve, but at some point it will take a vertical outlook, because that is the principle of incremental growth when you improve a system. So the output of the system is the sum total of the elements within the system interacting with each other. And the gradual improvement of the processes within the system. And so I want to say that Minister, DG, and the team, the work that is being done is beginning to show fruit. The notable increment between 2019 and now is there for everyone to see. We should not be like armchair critics who overly criticize and do not offer any other solutions except to say that the government is failing. We should be able to appreciate that there is incremental improvement. The advice I had given earlier, I would request and plead with the department, DG, that perhaps the exercise to look into the various parameters to disaggregate the numbers will tell us a true story. Will tell us a true story. And some of the challenges that are being encountered with dealing with this problem are transversal in nature. Social workers do not belong to the basic education department. They are a responsibility of a separate department. Healthcare workers who may be required to assist with those who may be suffering from ailments that make it difficult for them to stay in class for long are not within the purview of the basic education department. They are in another department. And so the transversal nature of the basic education sector as a microcosm of the societal challenges that we are grappling with entirely requires that there should be a collective approach to resolving these challenges. And we appreciate that in some of these instances, although there may be cooperative agreements that exist within the context of intergovernmental relations, there might be a need to have a war room of sorts that assists with the ability of the basic education department to address the challenges outside of its purview. And so that approach is what I would like to propose. That perhaps, Minister, you should have a peer-to-peer engagement with those departments that are required to ensure that the basic education sector is buttressed with the necessary support from those things that do not fall within the purview of your department. And we cannot impugn blame on the department for things that do not fall within its purview. It's similar to what we consistently say with the bucket toilet system, where the municipality does not have sufficient bulk water, bulk sanitation, wastewater treatment plants in close proximity. And we take all that, we put it, we impugn the blame on top of the Department of Basic Education for things that are transversal in nature, outside of the parameters of what the Basic Education Department is tasked and mandated to do.
And so at every turn, at every corner, at every injunction, we will counter the narrative that seeks to undermine the work of the department as if there is no improvement, then there is a retrogression for political point scoring. We will do it. We will do it thoroughly with facts. We will do it to ensure that the people of South Africa know the truth. We inherited a defunct basic education sector from the erstwhile oppressors. The ANC government has done a lot of work to build a new sector that speaks to the future of our country. There may be challenges that we must be honest about, but we must also be honest about the improvements that we are seeing within the sector. And where we need to admonish the department for slow turnaround in certain things, we must also be honest enough to applaud the department when it registers progress that is notable for everyone to see. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good day. And I also read the Minister, the head of department, DG, and everybody, including the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I must first of all just upfront say that I missed the whole presentation due to load shedding. However, I just wish to raise one point. I am coming from a schooling environment. Hence, I am saying, in spite of me having been disadvantaged, I can contribute. I did hear the last three contributors, members of the Portfolio Committee. I just wish to, first of all, say one must appreciate what the department has done to try and make sure that it keeps learners in schools. But we are concerned, I must then proceed to say, we are concerned, and I think it's we are justified to be concerned that there are so many learners still out of school. And I was just going to be asking just for one thing to be considered by the department. Other than the means, other than everything that the department has done, other than trying to put pressure on the parents to know that they cannot and should not stay with children at home. A school-going learner must be at school. Now, I'm saying, other than doing that, can there not be some kind of a focused attempt, not only looking from within the education parameters, be broad? This is a societal problem. Be broad, but be focused and say, I'm imagining something like a unit, but that's not necessarily what should be imposed. But something focused that would deal with the dropout rate of the learners so that they are brought back at school. Other than what has been attempted, so that at least maybe we turn the corner a bit sooner than what is happening now. I just wanted to make that contribution simply because I was very determined to be present here and make sure that I make my contributions, because this is next to my heart, this problem. But I just wanted to contribute at least this one point. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Mapoloba. You may lower your hand, Mapoloba. Sukers, I'm tempted. Actually, I don't want to give you now to speak, because what you might raise might now provoke other members to speak, and we are 10 minutes before 12. This meeting is scheduled for 3 hours, which is from 9:30 till 12:30, and we've got a lot on our agenda. So I'm really not going to allow you to speak. Bear with me. From my side, I am not sure really should I speak, because I think members have really said a lot, a mouthful. Probably just to make an observation that says, you know, an academic space is something else, and Tina, we are politicians. We are not really these academics, as much as we inspire to be called like that one day. At a personal level, I am inspiring academic, and I think other people too. I don't know if we would want a presentation, and then when it's here, we call it a preliminary research. You know, and I would want you, Dr. Gustafson, to speak on that. Academic space, just like any other space, would have its own arrogance, just like the political space at times it would have. And probably how we define issues as individuals has got a bit of a subtle undermining of other people's intelligence, which is not what brings us together. But I would really want you, Doc, to speak on that when you give the responses. And mine, I would want you to speak on the average of learners that are repeating grade 1 and 2 per year, because I think it's also going to help us to speak on the initial number of enrollment as per the cohort that was referred to in the meeting. I think it's going to help us to understand when you say that our analysis of the NSC enrollment, we should not divide it full-time NSC passes by either the earlier grade 1 enrollment or rather the stats as a mid-year population estimates. So if you can also speak on that to help us understand what you mean by saying that. The last probably issue that I must speak to, and I think many members have spoken on it, is this analysis of the school completion by UNESCO and yourselves. You know, if we leave it unattended, if we leave it not to be challenged, it's gonna be automatically be on people's heads that we are not performing as a country. UNESCO is an international, is at an international space, so whoever would read whatever that they say would believe. And there are organizations even locally who are doing same work and who would want to contest your space as a department, because it's a huge space and everybody would definitely have a view on the space of basic education. So I think from me, one would just say that we should not leave issues that we should challenge unattended as a department. If your view is that you are performing at 65%, UNESCO can't consistently think that you are performing at 50%. I think it needs to be challenged, it needs to be corrected. The manner in which they update their data as well. So let me allow you, Minister, to lead the responses. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me thank committee members for the engagement. And as you correctly say, you're running out of time, so I won't take too long so that the officials, the DG and the officials can present. I just want to make a few points because Member Sukers raised issue about NGOs, and I really want to assure the committee that we have a very vast relationship with NGOs. You know, Chair, on a single occasion when we, on a virtual platform, invite all NGOs involved in education, we're able to have more than 100 of them. But the issue is that we will mostly be inclined towards NGOs that will help with us with our curriculum, but also our auxiliary services like sports, arts, music. But we also do work with NGOs that work in the area of health and learner well-being. We work with NGOs like Teddy Bear, which is funded by Correctional Service and Social Development. So in the country, the framework for funding of NGOs, it's mainly through social development. And on matters that are not curriculum, we really rely on the relationships and the funding that will be coming from NGOs. But I really want to assure that we work with NGOs and appreciate the support that they give us, because indeed, the support from NGOs is very beneficial. But we also, because the member also, I think, also raised the issue about working with departments. Our sector is too big and complicated for us to work alone. We will not be able to handle our challenges. So we work very close with SAPS. I interact regularly with the Minister of Police, Minister of Health, Minister of Social Development. It might be perhaps maybe we're not able to do all that we're supposed to be doing, but we work very close with those departments and they support us a lot. On the other point I wanted to really make is around the request that we report on learner dropout, attrition, or it shouldn't be a problem for us, but we report according to our APPs and the request of the committee. If the committee wants us again to come on other document, we should, but what determines our reporting system to you, it's around the APPs, what we would have given you as indicators, but I'm sure if the chairperson at any time wants us to come, we'll come. There's also information that has been requested and we should be able to supply that information if it is there. So we don't necessarily collect all the information all the time, but we are, as any other research, we focus, and when there's a request for any specific information, we would. But clearly, I think we all know as social activists that there's always correlation between poverty and education outcomes, between education and social environments. That's why, without mistake, you go to areas which are gang-ridden, you will find social problems which will affect children. But you also, and what is nice about South Africa, you'll find poor provinces like your Limpopo, your Eastern Cape and KZN, they have higher retention rates, which then gives you a different indicator that possibly because of social stability, support, kids are able to stay longer in schools. But we can share information from that side, from our side, Chair. The other one also about what is it that we are doing to mitigate against, because it is a very serious matter, and we agree with comrades and even appreciate the seriousness with which I think all of us view the question of when kids don't survive long enough in school. So we can all repeat the same a message that it has very serious social factors for them, for the country, economic factors, and that's why it is a very serious issue, and we fully appreciate that. Chair, in closing, really, I want to say, unfortunately, today I'm not in the mood to respond to self-righteous statements of people who really will question integrity about. For a member not that to say, be honest, he's insinuating that we're lying, and it questions our integrity. To say, I mean, the words that he's using, I find them very unacceptable, and that we're hard-headed, dome, and that I find them insulting and unacceptable. I thought I should register that. I find them unacceptable. I'm sure there could be civil ways of engaging so that we don't insult each other or exchange insults when we're supposed to be engaging on a matter that's serious. I really find the attitude unacceptable, and I'm unable to keep quiet about it. But let me thank you, Chair, and just say that attitude sometimes can be very problematic. We want to treat, and we have to treat members of the portfolio with utmost respect. And I guess it can be harmful to expect the less from them. So to say people should not, are not telling the truth is insinuating that we're lying. And it questions our integrity. And I just don't think it's correct, but let me leave it at that, Chair. And then thank you very much for the opportunity, and say anytime we're ready to come and account to the committee, it's our responsibility, and we'll always do that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ma. DG, I see you are back.
Yes, I've always been part of the meeting, Chair. Thank you,
okay.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, I think we may have lost Honourable, Mr. Mwele.
He's muted. EG, you're muted. Just unmute yourself. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, you are back now. We have to start
The technology matter. No, sorry, Chair. I don't know what happened, but something happened. I hope you can still hear me.
You are audible.
Yes. Thank you. I was saying very clear. Okay. I was saying, Honorable Nodada advised that we work with DHET to deal with the gap between DBE and TVET colleges. We acknowledge that we are going to establish systems together. I've addressed it already with the HOD of the Department of Higher Education and Training last week at a cluster meeting, that there are a number of things that we need to work together in The one issue is this one, to establish that link and including, to have data, very clear data on learners who go to TVET colleges, from what grade, and to join at what level in TVET colleges, and learners who go to universities. But Dr. Gustafsson would have indicated that the data of learners who go to HEIs, we've got that one, so it's no problem at all. And then the school that I visited in the Eastern Cape, I'm told I visited at 10 in the evening there, which I cannot deny. We've deployed a dry solution while there is water at school. Well, it could be true, but the question is whether water is sustainable at the school for the provision of sanitation. We are in a vicarious situation in the Northwest, where a number of schools that were built as waterborne are now reversed to dry solution because water is not sustainable. I don't have to say this, I'm sure honorable members are aware that South Africa is one of the 20 countries in the world that experience scarcity of water. Despite the fact that we are surrounded by 2 oceans, desalination is not something that is quite big in our country in terms of processing water from the ocean that can be used for consumption. And as we all know, desalination is extremely, extremely expensive. But we are looking at various solutions together with the Water Research Council of South Africa, looking at the grey water solution, which the minister requested us to look at, where you're able to circulate water, use it for several times in areas, especially where there's scarcity of water. So we are working on that solution because it's the desire of most people that they get waterborne solutions. But where the Department of Water or the local authority cannot guarantee sustainable water provision, we deploy dry solution. In fact, even in townships where there's water, water pressure in the townships where residential areas depend on the same bulk water that is provided. In some schools struggle with enough water to use for sanitation in urban areas, not just rural areas. Gauteng has that problem, and many other cities experience that problem of water pressure. So in fact, what we are encouraging is that as far as possible, schools could have toilets that are waterborne, others that are using dry solution. So that in the event of what we see sometimes happening in schools or in our townships, schooling can still continue when water is not available, but you could use a dry solution. There's an issue that Honorable Nodada also wrote to the presidency about young people who are in need. Yes, we are aware that the number has even grown to 4.2 million learners who are in need. In the last cluster, FOSAT cluster meeting, we agreed that Dr. Sishi, the DG of DHET, and the DG of Employment and Labor and myself need to come together to look at this matter, including setting up teams that are going to accelerate mechanisms that are going to reduce this number of 4.2 million young people who are not in employment nor in education and training. And then the calculation of the throughput rate, well, I acknowledge, Minister, that this matter, we should also not underplay the complexity of this matter. It's really complex. You've got the survival rate per grade, which we have presented. The table there gives you the figures. You also have the survival rate across the system, which is roughly about 4%. And Dr. Martin Gustafsson will provide more details in that. And we are saying the throughput rate from grade 1 to 12 has tremendously improved from less than 40% to 64, to 62, and some people are even saying to 65%, which means only 35% of learners do not make it up to even finishing grade 12. And I think, as honorable members have indicated, it is a tremendous improvement. We are not among the best in the world, but we must also take into account that most countries in the world don't force all learners to go to high school. Compulsory school going age, which the minister also talked about, it's up to grade 9 or 15 years, whichever comes first. But in South Africa, we actually encourage all learners to go up to grade 12, and that has to be taken into account when we look at these issues. Do we know where learners who are failing and repeating are? Yes, we do. The table that we present even for grade 12 results demonstrates clearly where those learners are, which grades these learners are, where the bulge is, when the numbers increase. Clearly, that's where your failure and repetition rate is located, and you can see it in the system. But I must also say that, Minister, we've also undertaken to conduct an independent research on this matter, which I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to corroborate the figures that we have. Already Africa Check, Martin will indicate that, which is one of the reputable organizations that deal with such data, accepts our stats, and they really even appreciate the analysis and the methodology that our researchers are using. Okay, and then because Minister, I did not get all the questions that were raised by all members. So the issue of the dry solution, I've looked at that. The multidisciplinary approach, working with other departments, I think the minister has indicated that we are doing that. We'll do even more on that. Reasons for dropout, I'm sure the presentation contains that, but I've also indicated that we've just finished the analysis of the household survey of Stats SA, which Honorable Chair would like to come and share with you. We've also conducted a research on some of the areas that we do research in. When time allows, would want to come back and share that information with you. Honorable Muratsetla raised issues of action taken to close the gap between the data in the department and UNESCO. Yes, as I've explained to the team, I think we need to approach UNESCO to update their data, which it shouldn't be a problem at all. And I'm hoping that in future, our data sets will be able to speak to one another. Level of enforcement of education in our country. Well, South African Schools Act makes it, makes compulsory education. If parents are not complied with, they could end up being imprisoned. That's what it would refer to. But whether we enforce that, we haven't gone to that level to get law enforcement officers to do that. I'm not sure whether it's the time to do it now. Mechanisms to follow up on learners who have dropped out. Well, we preempt than following. And part of the presentation really indicated what we are doing to preempt that. And I think Minister did also indicate that some of these learners may drop for a year and then come back another year, or even pursue, their studies in other persuasions of study. And then, Honorable Yabo, thank you very much for welcoming the presentation, including Honorable Murad Setla. Exercise to disaggregate the numbers, we'll do that. The attrition rate of learners, it's about 10,000 per academic year, which is about 0.074% if you work it out. Collective approach, yes, I fully agree. As Minister said, we are already working with other departments. I fully agree that this matter requires a much multidisciplinary approach across departments, across ministries, and across sectors. And Honorable Ngobo, many learners who are out of schools, one learner is one too many, we accept that. Through campaigns, through QLTC, we also try to encourage parents to make sure that learners who are supposed to be attending school, even over and above compulsory school-going age, do attend school. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, I think I have responded to questions that I have. There might be questions that I was unable to pick up during the course of the discussions. I will ask Dr. Gustafsson to do that. Martin? And Dr. Whittle, I'm told there was a question on the National School Nutrition Program, Dr. Whittle. If you could just respond to that, please. Thank you. Martin?
Oh, thanks, TG, and thanks, honourable members, for insightful questions. Let me just deal with some of these, the questions in particular, the ones that have not had a response yet. Very importantly, I think Honourable Sukers' question around comprehensive reports, obviously PowerPoint presentations are not kind of fully fledged kind of research products. Just to reassure the honourable member that there are quite a few detailed reports on this issue on the DBE website, but very importantly, there are also researchers who are completely outside government, including colleagues of mine at Stellenbosch, but also other universities who are looking at this, looking at the issue of participation and dropping out. And there are a number of reports. There's an important report in the pipeline at DBE with grade-specific statistics. Stats SA is, of course, a very important source of analysis as well. And with regard to what Honourable Dada was bringing up, the increase in the NEETs, yes, that's something that's definitely on the radar. It is largely driven by worsening unemployment. So it's not really inconsistent with what I've been presenting here. I mean, and lastly, on the issue of data and transparency and research, the DBE has done quite a lot of work. I've been involved in that, in anonymizing data, and it's now relatively easy for researchers outside government to access detailed data at the learner level, but anonymized in terms of the POPI Act, and that can facilitate a wider participation amongst our master's students, PhD students at universities. We need more people doing this type of work. Also, Honourable Sukers, you referred to a school in the Northern Cape. you seem to point to a throughput rate of 38%. It's believable. I mean, what I've been presenting on national averages, we have provincial averages, but there's of course a lot of variation across schools. And it's worth noting that Northern Cape now is the province with the worst throughput rate in the country. It was Eastern Cape, but now Northern Cape is at the bottom of the list. So there are very serious throughput issues in Northern Cape. Honorable Sukers as well. Yeah, you asked questions around that table in the presentation where you see grade per grade enrollment. You asked how is it possible for grade enrollment to increase between grade 9 and grade 10 by 170,000. That is, for at face value, that does look strange. But what the explanation is fairly simple, and that is that in that instance, there's a far more repetition in grade 10 as learners enter the FET band and find that they are not sufficiently prepared, and that pushes up the enrollment figure in grade 10. So all of these apparent anomalies in the distribution are largely explained by different grade repetition levels across grades. And yes, Honorable Mbingo Gigaba, I think you wanted repetition rates at the earliest grades. I'm looking at a report here. It's about 11% in grade 1, grade repetition, 7% in grade 2. And this is much lower than it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we were looking at about 20% grade repetition in grade 1. So these figures are available. This is the report I was referring to that will become publicly available soon. But past repetition rates have been published by the DBE. Okay, I won't deal with the UNESCO issue. But just to mention that UNESCO's figures are very often the result of statistical modeling, and hence many countries see that UNESCO statistics don't agree with their own national statistics. And it's important to point out that UNESCO does not see itself as the final authority on national statistics. The way they work is that they try and get standardized statistics across countries, largely so that they can calculate regional averages for Africa, etc. But certainly that's something that one can engage with that. And there is an explanation in the last NSC report as to why there is that deviation. We know how UNESCO got their statistics. It's not a mystery. It's just not correct. It's using older statistics and not acknowledging changes and improvements that have occurred in recent years. The Gauteng issue, I had a quick look at it. Somebody shared a link. The 110,000 dropping out works out at about 4%. And that's not surprising. It's roughly in line with the national figure, the 4% that DG was referring to. What is surprising was their statistic that 54,000 school-age children have dropped out. I suspect what is happening here is that they've defined school age as going up to age 18. Then it's believable. If this was age 7 to 15, then that would be a very shocking statistic. So it's very important to look at exactly which ages are covered by those statistics. But I think that those Gauteng reports they're quite believable and consistent with what the DBE is finding as well. Honorable Van Sail's point around Eastern Cape and not enough schools. It's one thing worth noting in relation to Eastern Cape is that due to restructuring that has happened of schools over the last 10 years, there are now far more schools where a grade 9 learner can do grade 12 in the same school. Eastern Cape had a very unusual kind of school architecture inherited from pre-94 days. But that's changed fairly considerably. So currently in Eastern Cape, the percentage of grade 8 8 learners who have grade 12 in the same school has increased from 36% to 77% in the last 10 years, meaning there's less of a need to move to another school in Eastern Cape. And this largely explains why Eastern Cape is actually the province which has been improving most with respect to grade 12 attainment. They're still not very good in the national rankings, but they were much, much worse 10 years ago. Just to assure Honorable, I think it was Fates Mashalela, that the telephonic surveys I was referring to were telephonic surveys in the NIDS-CRAM program that were run whilst there was a lockdown, and it was an exceptional circumstance. The department does have its own administrative data, and that is what is used. And what I've reported on largely draws from the DBE's own data, though we do verify that with Stats SA. And then I've almost done, just to assure Honorable Nodada, you asked what is our point of departure for the throughput rate that I was reporting. It is grade 1, it's not grade 10. If it was grade 10, it wouldn't be holistic because you would be ignoring people who've dropped out before grade 10. So the 62% and 65% that are reported relates to the entire population, the entire group of South Africans who enter grade 1. Using grade 10 as a point of departure is possible, but that produces higher statistics than what I've quoted. And then I think I've covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just proceed, Chairperson, DG?
Yes, Doc, please do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, DG. Just to indicate that the National School Nutrition Program is probably one of the biggest successes of the post-democratic administration. I mean, at the moment, we provide a hot meal to 9.6 million children every day across the country. In some of our provinces, we provide breakfast as well. At the moment, breakfast is served in both the Western Cape and in Gauteng. And we've just been given an additional allocation of 1.5 billion by the National Treasury to extend the program as far as breakfast is concerned over the MTSF. The school that Honorable Nodada has provided to me via the secretary to the committee is a school in the Eastern Cape that has indicated that they have not received their allocation for the second term. Just to indicate that the way in which we provide the tranches in the decentralized provinces is that we provide at least 2 weeks worth of budget in the previous term. And so what we've been immediately initiated with the province is to find out why it is that that particular school doesn't have budget at the moment. But at the same time, we've indicated to the provincial coordinator to ensure that we fast track the payment of that particular second tranche for that school. As honorable members will know, we do have a problem in KZN at the moment. KZN has recently appointed new service providers, and the main service provider, in fact, that they've appointed to provide food to school seem to have run into problems. We do have our national team in the province at the moment. We're in all of the districts, and our main focus at the moment is to ensure that we restore the program to stabilize it so that learners can access their meals. And we've been fairly successful. The DG is out in the province as well. And so what we'll do is to compile a report to have a sense of the extent of the schools not currently benefiting from the program. One of the things that we did last week when it was clear that the service provider was struggling is to indicate to schools to utilize the foodstuffs that they have been given, because we do the same in that we ask schools to have a stockpile of ingredients. So if there is problems like this, that the schools are then able to prepare food. So it's a matter that we're dealing with, and we will provide an update for the committee as soon as we have one. We are returning to the committee, I think, in the second term to present on school nutrition. We'll certainly cover this issue as well. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Minister. We are done. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister, DG, the two doctors that have also made additions on responses. Llewellyn, can you let's see what's on the agenda? I'm worried of time. It's 12:30 now already.
I've got my hand up, Chair.
I'm saying it, but I'm ignoring it because of the reasons that I have put it on Honorable Sukers. They also apply to yourself. We must still deal with the issues of public hearing and the minutes. And
It's just a quick request, Chair. Nothing long.
I don't want you to speak, not that at all. Honestly, now, because now, which means I must allow Sukers to speak again. And I don't want to do that. You must also bear with me as far as that is concerned. Hope you understand. We are running out of time. Like I've said, thank you very much from the department for the responses, and thanks that we have also dealt with this presentation that has been asked by members, and thanks to the department for delivering. Of course, I think there would always be issues of disagreements or agreeing on the issues, but thanks for coming to make the presentation on the facts that you have as the department. Minister, we are going to deal with issues of public hearing. You can stay if you want to know what we are agreeing on, or we can allow yourselves to leave us. That applies to everybody that is in the meeting. You can stay or you can go. It's really up to you, but we are going to finalize our work in preparations of the public hearings.
Chair, if you don't mind, I'll request that we be allowed to leave because DG is in a meeting, Dr. Granville sorting out the school nutrition, and I have another commitment to address ECD practitioners this afternoon. So please, if you don't mind us leaving, we'll appreciate that.
No, it's fine by us. Dr. Whittle, not that is asking a throughput, what? Is asking urgently give feedback on the Eastern Cape and KZN school nutrition issue. Can you email him that the information that he's looking for? Dr. Whittle, are you still here? Maybe he left. All right.
We'll communicate that to him and ask him to I'll communicate with Dr. Whittle now and ask him to do that, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
all right then. Okay. Llewellyn, first take us to the letter of Sukers. Written questions, I think I welcomed Honorable Sukers. You can raise them with the department. So that they respond to you on that. Llewellyn, are you in the meeting?
Chairperson, yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Can you get the letter on the screen? No. The letter that was initially written to us by Sukers. Let me hand over to you, Sukers, to speak on that letter.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Chair, may I ask you that we just go to the presentation because it deals specifically with the virtual hearings. The letter dealt with postponement, and then obviously inclusive of that was a improvement on the public participation process, which included the virtual hearings. So the presentation is just focused on the latter part of what was not dealt with in that committee meeting.
No, Sukers, let's go to that letter. What that meeting agreed was for us to respond to this letter. So let's go to this letter and deal with it like we have agreed we are going to deal with this letter of yours. The presentation is fine. As you speak, you'll speak on it. You know it yourself. It's done by you. But let us stick to the decisions of the meeting. Let's not divert from that.
Well, Chair, then, yes.
Over to you.
Okay, Chair. Chair, I will focus on the public participation, enhancing the democratic processes that we're currently busy with by focusing on online participation. I think the letter and the committee agreed that we then postpone, which we have done, and that we enhance our organization and communication of the public participation process. So you need to now lead me. You want me to focus on the letter. The letter had a couple of points in it. The one was to postpone the hearings until after Easter, allowing for adequate time to address organizational challenges and for a more inclusive consultation process. And the presentation that I'm going to speak to deals with, like I said, the more inclusive consultation process, as well as enhancing the public participation through virtual hearings. The parts on the letter that I would focus on, that is on the screen now, and I'm sure a lot of the members has already read through them, are the additional venues in provincial capitals and major cities like your Potchefstroom, BELA, and to cater for a wider audience and increase public participation. And in this case now, we're talking about virtual hearings, adding that to it. And for us to choose venues that are based on express interests and major population centers, and ensuring that selected locations are both accessible and relevant to the communities involved. And then for us to hold virtual public hearings in order for us to particularly make accommodation for people that are not able to geographically attend hearings that are far from them, and also for a 2-week period in advance, rather than us saying that we in the same week release the venues. I should add that we rather have a 2-week period, a 2-week notice for people to know where the venue is and in which areas they are, so that people can plan to attend the hearings. So it's to provide clear and timely communication rather than the day before, as we've had the problems before Easter, and for locations and dates to be communicated earlier. I'm still focused on the letter, although I would prefer to go to the presentation to really focus on the virtual hearings, and then for us to consider the schedule of hearings, the scheduling of hearings to avoid conflicts with significant events, such as your school holidays, your religious observances. I must say, I'm very glad that we have moved the public hearing to the 5th, and up until the 8th, because of the long weekend on the 1st of May. Chair, the reason why I have written the letter to the committee, I think all of us in the last meeting in Mpumalanga were concerned with the fact that we had to postpone the hearings, and that the hearings in Mpumalanga that Sunday. And it didn't look good for us as the committee, neither for Parliament. And at the same time, I think what it has caused as well in the committee that I wanted to address is the issue of us not misunderstanding one another as committee members. I have no intention, Chair. I'm referring to what you mentioned in the opening, and I came in halfway this morning when you opened the meeting. I have no intention for us to frustrate the process. I have no intention for the public hearings to be derailed. In fact, I think the public hearings is one of the most effective ways and one of the most engaging ways for us as a committee and public representatives to bring Parliament and the lawmaking process to the people in our communities. And we have witnessed and seen how much people appreciate having Parliament there. So I want to underline that. I haven't written this letter, or even now with the call for virtual hearings, with no other intention than for our constitutional obligation to ensure effective participation of the public to a lawmaking process to be achieved. That is what is motivating this. It is very important, Chair, for us to note that post 1994, our constitution, our pre-1994, a lot of people could not participate in the democratic processes of this country. Post-1994, and with our constitution, the public participation process is a robust and engaging way of the public, the people that are affected by the laws that we make, for them to be a part of that. And virtual hearings provides a broader audience, if you wish, to participate where it is impossible for us to reach them or to be with them, because we cannot have as many, because of cost, obviously, as many, as many hearings in the different provinces. Our current limitations and the key concerns in terms of benefits of online public participations are the inaccessibility of public hearings in the 9 provinces. The key concern for us is having a transparent location selection, adequate notice, I've mentioned this before, and to have public hearings where people not on the day, like we've seen in the Northwest, where the criticism from the floor to us as Parliament is, I cannot support this bill. I cannot support it because I have only seen this bill for the first time today. That is, for us as the Portfolio Committee, must be a huge concern for us. Because what it does, it compromises the process of public participation and the democratic process. We currently have budget constraints. It is much better for us to have, online participation have more benefits because of its accessibility, its inclusivity, the fact that it is transparent and that it would be cost effective. We are proposing improvements to the public hearings, Chair. I have mentioned them before. I'm not going to go through them, which is the clear and timely communication as mentioned, so that we not send out notices to the public and that members not under pressure send to their constituents and to their networks venues on the day or a day before, which contributed, by the way, to the debacle in Mpumalanga. And as well, that we consider additional venues in provincial capitals and major cities. We have been having our public hearings mostly in rural areas. The BELA bill affects all of our diverse communities. And for that reason, we need to take Parliament to the people in terms of the lawmaking process and for them to participate in the democracy. And where it is not possible, that we have the online public hearings as a preferred option. When we do it this way, Chair, we are actually doing exactly what we have been speaking of in the last 3 years of this term, which is that education needs to embrace technology. Now, as Parliament, we can be innovative by allowing the public, where we cannot reach them because of the constraints that I've mentioned, that they then participate through an online platform. Chair,
I'm tempted to stop you now.
Okay,
I think
Chair,
your message has cut across everybody.
I'm sorry?
I'm tempted to stop you now. I think everybody understands your issues. I think they are clear.
Chair, then if I may just lastly say this, Chair. I've just got this last thing that I need to say. It is sincerely my hope that we are able to, as a committee, to proceed not in a partisan manner, but that we truly function from our constitutional mandate. This is not my first rodeo in terms of the bill. I have done the bill through social development as well. And I have seen how it can affect the process of lawmaking when we remain partisan. And I can see in our committee at the moment, we need to restore some of our ways of working together again. So that is my plea. I am putting that before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I want us, when we speak in this regard, one, to speak to the issue of virtual hearings, because I think that is the main issue. Two, the issue of clear communication with regards to venues. I think I'm tempted that I want members to speak on it, but I want us to say that I don't think it is truth entirely to say that where we went in provinces, we've targeted rural provinces, because we had a program of all provinces, and provinces are either rural or not. But we have agreed also to identify 3 districts in each province, and that's what we have done. And our public hearings have went very smooth, except for one incident of Mpumalanga, which of course we will incorporate it together with Gauteng when we move to Gauteng. There's never been an issue of venues before. In fact, the issue of venue came because there was a misunderstanding or miscommunication of a venue when it came. I'm not sure, because us as basic education, we are dealing with the public hearing for the first time. And I think Honorable Sukers is the best candidate as well to respond whether in social development have they had visual public hearings. But of course, I will allow members to speak on this on this issue of public hearings. The issues of partisan and the issues of our unity, I think it depends again on us. We are chairing these committees. We are trying to unite everybody. But if ourselves as well, we are going to act as if we are not coming from political parties, because also it starts with individual members wanting to bring their political views on this bill, which is supposed to be a South African bill and be respected as a South African bill that is supposed to go to South Africans. But of course, I think, let me allow you members, to just be brief in response so that we take a decision and move to the next item on the agenda. Any hand? There is a hand of Letsie Muratsaitla at once. In that order?
Me too. Thank you very much. I was coughing again. Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the issue of maybe let's appreciate the letter from Honorable Sukers, that when she requested that we postpone the KwaZulu-Natal Lake, the committee unanimously agreed to do so. And the reasons that we provided then, Chair, was that were coming directly from Mpumalanga, where there was a confusion from the political education side or public education side of Parliament.
Principal, can you please mute your audio? Sorry, Alicia.
Okay. When we went to Mpumalanga,
Sorry.
and we felt that maybe let's allow the public education unit to get their house in order before we proceed.
Yeah.
And we did that. Before we started with this process of going to provinces, Chairperson, we opened for written submissions for a long time. Upon the written submissions, upon the closure and analysis thereof, we had physical meetings. If I'm not mistaken, it was 4, 5, or 6 weeks where we had physical meetings in Parliament, where we asked different stakeholders to come and present to Parliament their views on the bill, and that happened. And so I don't think it will be or it's necessary that we must then now have virtual meetings on what do you call this thing, on submissions now. This process had 3 processes in it. It was the written submission, it was the oral submission by stakeholders. Now we're doing oral submissions by individual people. So those people, if they want to have a view on what to say, well, they must just attend our meetings, generally where we will be in different provinces. The problem, the technical problem we'll have, Chairperson, with virtual meetings is that somebody will log in from Limpopo, where we already covered that province, and speak in a virtual arrangement in KwaZulu-Natal, which will not make sense. So unfortunately, I am not for the suggestion that we must have a virtual meeting. It doesn't make sense in my view. In fact, having seen other committees do a bill, I think we have been as accommodative as any other committee would have done. Secondly, Chair, maybe let me address the issue of being apolitical in our approach. It's very difficult again. When we went to Mpumalanga, Honorable Nadat, we wake up, he has written an article on his political party's website that the ANC is trying to capture the bill. That is very political. And something that was really not true. It's as if the ANC is the one that deals or that runs the public participation or public education of Parliament, which is not true. If because all political parties have got an interest on the bill. We go to different provinces, different districts, we get the political parties would have mobilized to show that they have interest. Now, when they are defeated on mobilization, people must be blamed for wanting to capture the public participation. I think that is not right. So far, Chairperson, I don't think we've not been constitutional in the meetings that we've went to. Obviously, everybody has got an interest. The DA has an interest. ACDP has an interest. We have an interest. Everybody has an interest. But people must not go around and say it's wrong for us as members of the ANC for having an interest on sections of the bill that we're supporting, but it's right for them to mobilize people. It can be, and we must not come here and even try to water that down. That is just not right. You can't want to do one thing on one side and we must keep quiet if that's something is done on the left by somebody else. On the venues, Chair, when we went to, I think I think I want to support the view that says maybe let's get the venues from the committee secretariat on time. When we went, if you remember, when we got a briefing when we were in the first hearing in Limpopo, and we're going, the second day we're supposed to go to Zanin district. Honorable Muratsetla and Honorable Mashabela, because they come from that part of the world, asked, how did we get to use the venue we're using there? Because that venue is small. They asked this on a Friday morning when we're getting the briefing. What does that mean, Chairperson? It means the EFF through Mama Shabela, the NC through Ndate Murasetla have absolutely no influence of where the venues would have been as far as choosing of those venues is. So I think because there's an undertone that has been happening ever since that we are taking these public hearings to where we believe that we have strongholds. If that was the case, how would we have then questioned in that meeting why was that venue chosen? Because people from there would have said in that meeting that the venue is small and ventilation is a problem and all of that. So people must not, for their own political expediency, misconstrue the facts. We were told in that meeting that public participation chooses the same venues across. So if you go to, like for an example now, the department or the portfolio committee of forests, fishers, fish, what, they were in Gauteng. And if the districts that we are going to in Gauteng, those people that have visited, the venues will be the same as the ones that they visited. The only difference with us is that we're told of, what is this thing, education districts. So I think before we close this meeting, Chairperson, Mr. Brown must then take us through, or whoever is responsible, must then take us through the venues for Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal now, and the dates and the time of where are we starting, what time, so that from now on we don't have a problem of people saying were told late. Today is what, before next week Friday, it's 10 days before. So there's sufficient time for, it's not even 10 days. Yeah, it's 10 days or so, or more, before we go there in May and Gauteng. So can we please get those dates, the times, can we get the venues, but they must also tell us how do they get to this thing of venues, so that we are on the same page. I think, Chairperson, I should have covered all the points that you said we must speak about. If I've forgotten anything, or you can remind me, so that I cover it quickly.
No, thanks very much, Debza. Who was next? Morot Setlane?
Yeah, it's me, Mama.
Don't repeat what Tebogo has said. Please just quickly speak on the issues you want to raise that are new from what he has raised.
Number one, on virtual platform, we can't zoom into that chair because in the first place, it is unheard of that during public participation, you can even involve public participation via the Zoom, unless if our aim is to reinvent the wheel. You see, it's a point of emphasis so that at the end of the day, it should not be honorable Letzia's word against someone, but you will have to rule based on what the majority are saying. It's not a question of repetition. I think it must be made clear. We can't zoom into something which was never practiced, unless if you were to say there is a case study on this. I was involved in the amendment of Section 25. It was also drawing a lot of interest, and we never thought of zooming into the virtual public participation. Number two, on the issue of venues, it's true that we need to know where we are going in time to avoid the Mpumalanga saga. It's true. And I heard you at the beginning in your remarks talking about whether you call it the She team or the She committee, but you know it better than I do. They need to brief us if they are the team, parliamentary team responsible for the booking of the venues. But at the bottom,
who is gone now? Is it me again?
No, it's the principal. I was about to enter, Chair.
Maximum participant.
Oh, okay. Principal, we are losing you. Wherever you are not stable.
No, I am. The network was gone and it has just come back now. Maybe it's the one which disrupt. I mean, I was under load shedding. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Proceed.
Yes, I was saying the question of where we are going is, number one, we should go where we'll be able to reach out to as many people as we will. Not my power base and not your power base. And secondly, we should be assured that there is a big hall which will be able to accommodate me to avoid the Limpopo situation. Number last is the issue of being partisan or not. Icon, this one is not better. Because the people who are attending this public participation are canvassed and mobilized by politicians because of their interest in the whole matter. Maybe what we should be saying, if one has to understand it, is to say the leadership, members of the portfolio committee up front there, should not parade their partisan nature. Something which I have realized that everybody is doing. You go to DA, they are doing. You go to Honorable Sukers, she's doing. I don't know whether we are going to put a reverse gear and where. Instead, I would say, if I were to urge you, that let's limit these unnecessary show-offs, because it's not assisting the process. Our members are coming there in their T-shirts, and we are very much proud even to take photos and associate with them. Now we come here and say partisan, partisan. What are we trying to say? Thank you.
At once, please, straight to the point. Don't repeat what the two members have said.
No, Chair, thank you. I'm not going to repeat it as per the request, but agree with the members that we had agreed in principle when we adopted the first program, when we went to public hearings, that when it comes to venues, there must be venues that are covering, you know, all the corners in each and every province. For instance, there must be a venue that we attend to people or residents in a rural area, in townships and also in town. And I think we've been doing very well on that. In all provinces, you'd recall that the last venue we went to in Limpopo was in town. The first that we started was in a village, and the one on Saturday it was in a township form. Same thing happened in First State, and in the Northwest we started in town in Rustenburg. Honorable Sukers was there. We ended, it's even worse with the Northwest, that we attended all the venues were in town. Rustenburg was in town, Mafikeng was in town, Freiburg was in town. So if there was a place where we did not do justice, it is in the Northwest. And also, just to clarify him, because I'm from Northwest, and Potchefstroom is not the biggest town here in Dr. KK. Dr. KK is my region, or the district that I come from. Klerksdorp is the biggest. And in Rustenburg, there were community members or residents that came from Potchefstroom. What I've observed is that when it comes to public hearings, I've attended few, even the Section 25, the PR Bill of Home Affairs, and recently now I've attended the one of the climate change. Is that the district will be combined, like KK will be combined with the district of Bujanala. It's either they will go to Bujanala or they will go to KK. It's the same with Ngaka, with the RSM. They are also used to be combined, and they choose one district where they are going to attend. And what I've observed also, Chair, is that you know, you've been too democratic in this portfolio committee, and you are too lenient with all of us. You listen to all of us, and you take our advices as when we provide them. When I attended the public hearing of the last one of the climate change, there's in the agenda and also the meeting, the department is allowed to read the entire bill to the residents or in the meeting. so that when they are going to make their comments and input, they're informed, because it's not everyone who understands what is the bill is all about. Others, like Honorable Sukers indicated, they'll be saying it's for the first time they hear of such, but because they had information that was provided to them, they were able to, communicate and make inputs that were relevant to the bill. And mostly 99% of the people that spoke, they commented mainly on the bill. But when it comes to us, there was this halabalu when you requested some departmental officials to clarify some of the issues. Hence, I'm surprised that, other honorable members, they behave as if it's for the first time they see, or they become, as for us, it's, some of us is for the first time, but we have, that kind of experience of attending other committees, but our committees were for the first time. There are those who served in other committees, but they behave as if we are doing something wrong when you chair such meetings. So I would want that to be corrected, that all these meetings that we're going to attend, we're going to allow the department to actually read the clauses to the community or residents that are in that public hearing, so that when they make their own inputs, whether they've been canvassed or campaigned to come and say whatever they want to say, but at least the justice of the meeting should have been done, that the department, which are the authors of this bill, could have given that information to members. I'm not agreeing to this thing of online. Why must it start with us? Why do we want to change things halfway through the work that we're doing? Why this thing was not proposed when we started with meetings? Now that other things are not favoring members, now they want to change the game. It's not going to be fair, not to anyone, in this portfolio committee. I would also want to come up with my new rules that let's go and visit again, Northwest, because I'm not happy of certain things. Because if we're going to allow online, it means everyone now will come in and want to make input, even in provinces that we've been through. We've already been to them. So it's not fair. We are going to give hearing to provinces and residents in those provinces, districts, and those communities, and also give them the opportunity also to comment, as we did in other provinces. We can't want now to change. In fact, we'll be asked, why now are we changing when we did not do the same to other provinces? So we must continue as we are doing, but we must really improve the communication. That one I do agree. The communication must improve. We must be given dates and venues timelessly. We must know exactly where we're going, so that we're
Is it me who's gone?
I get that, Higher Whip.
It's said that.
So let's get that.
Members did not. I felt like that. I'm using my phone and there was a call that was coming in. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're fine.
You are very clear, ma'am.
No, thank you very much. But then let me pause there. Let's improve on communication. My input is that we in our program must allow the department to talk to their bill, talk to the communities and the residents in those public hearings.
Thank you, Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will also try not to repeat anything which has been said. I think the underlying idea of this public hearings in different places is that some people have the access and the ability to, the general capacity, to put it like that, to make written submissions, to travel to Cape Town, to augment their submissions. And some people have very clear and legitimate opinions on it, but they don't have the capacity to travel to Johannesburg, to Cape Town. Maybe not members of parties who have representation or such channels in which to participate in the process. And that these public hearings should give a voice to those people. Therefore, I would have thought that the idea would be that organizations and parties who have the parliamentary process at their disposal would not participate in the process to the extent of nearly making it a kind of a campaign or such. I was also a little bit worried when I noticed that there were letters which were in fact withdrawn afterwards, saying that schools should only send the chairs of the SGB or the principal to these hearings and not other people from a school. That would be, according to me, be exactly against the idea of this whole public hearing. I think that we should also expect that when this bill goes to the legislatures of the different provinces, in order to advise the National Council of Provinces to concur or not, that there might arise the need for even more hearings, as the legislatures would be in a position to reach more places and communities within their boundaries than which is possible for this, for the National Assembly, because we can only reach one or two places or three places or areas, districts in a province. While the idea is exactly to reach a people who don't have the means to travel far. So I think, well, if we proceed as planned, and I say we, but I'm not part of it because I'm only an alternative member and was not included in this planning. But we need to get as many opinions as possible and to facilitate that, and also to be mindful of the probability that legislatures will also want to repeat the exercise, not repeat it, but to engage in a similar way, reaching more communities. Thank you, Chair.
On the vote, thank you, Bosho.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, Chair, I was.
Don't repeat, ma'am. Don't repeat what they have said. Please, just.
You know me, I'm not repetitive of nature. But what I would say, seeing that everybody's talking about all the committees they attend, last week, Wednesday, I celebrated 19 years in Parliament, and I also did attend a number of legislative processes. But I think, first of all, Chairpersons, we cannot throw out of the door that lawmaking our business is politics. And indeed, there will be an opportunity through the process as well. But I want to clearly state that I don't think it's healthy for us working through legislation to sort of point fingers. Yes, we are politicians with different ideologies, and we point fingers because there are issues that we feel different about that happens throughout this, but we are supposed to be a transparent government. It also will allow people then to associate, the freedom to associate or speak as they wish. I just want to as example, and therefore I don't want to wait necessarily for the NCOP process as I referred to, which I know is another option. But, we in Limpopo, we did Vembe district. We've got 5 districts. We did Mupani district, and we ended up in Capricorn, where the capital city is Polokwane. But there are 2 very vast and important districts as well. The one is Sekhukhune, which is really rural, where I think most of our poorest schools could be found. and more difficult for people to go from Sekhukhune to Capricorn, or even on the other end of Sekhukhune to Mopani. So you could argue that those people in that area did not have the same opportunity. You can also have the same argument for the people in the Waterberg district. That is where we have a lot of farm schools. We have language issues in that district. And we also had them to travel to Polokwane, which is the closest, which is quite a distance. And for some communities, Sundays are religious days. So it's very difficult to get people and be transparent and equal opportunity who don't allow all the districts to be accessible and to be represented. So I'm just putting this on the table that I don't think anybody should fight. Yes, you can fight your politics if you really want to. We can all do. I really think we should focus on being transparent and take this bill to maximum residents, school communities, which is directly affected. I wouldn't agree with all the staff salaries, but that's my opinion. We'll raise it at another stage. But Chair, yes, I do think that and the 5 districts in my province, and we should carefully select districts in all provinces, because there are communities that have been disadvantaged in not being in their district. Never mind the distances, that already is a challenge. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we are closing this matter. One, the issue of virtual public hearings, it's not going to happen, because it did not happen in Limpopo, it did not happen in Northwest, it did not happen in Free State, and it did not happen in Mpumalanga. So we are going to continue the manner in which we were continuing with the public hearings, moving to Gauteng. The issue of the venues, immediately after this, we've asked the SHE unit to be part of the meeting. Llewellyn will present what is going to happen in Gauteng and possibly in KZN. But my view is that we are going to look into those venues, and the venues that would have been sent to media platforms after a meeting on a Tuesday, those are the venues that we are going to stick to. Venues that are very clear in terms of a province we are going to, in terms of a district, in terms of the municipality, and in terms of the hall itself. That's what we are going to adopt as the venues. We don't decide venues. As the chair, even myself, I don't decide venues. Venues, we know that are venues that are coming from Parliament, and they are going to speak on that. And that's why I asked them to be part of the meeting, so that they tell us that they are the ones that are deciding on the venues. So it's not even any political party that deals with the issue of venues. The last issue that I want to speak on, which I think was raised by Honorable Adwans, I think, in fact, it has been our nature in this committee to deal with issues very fair and being very objective to each and everyone. I think we are too democratic. You know, people who are sitting in other committees and who don't even have an opportunity to raise what they are raising in this committee of ours, they are doing it here, and we allow it because it is our nature, and we have decided that our committee must be in that nature. But the reality of the matter, I think we're abusing the space. And I want to say, because we are responding to Honorable Sukers, for some reason or the other, I've been getting letters from organizations which are outside of Parliament, the NGOs. But very funny, how your letter, which was now put here on this screen, verbatim, the points that we are raising and everything else, those organizations have written the letter exactly the manner in which you have written that letter. So before we point fingers and say, and want to blame other people, we must also understand that nothing goes our way. I have accepted it as the chair that this legislation process is not going to go my way as Bongiu. So I think everybody else must understand it is not going to go our way, the manner in which we want it. We are going to listen to the issue of venues of Gauteng. And my advice is that let us adopt those venues as presented by Parliament. Because whether we go to heaven, whether we go to the graves, whether we go to wherever, what is important, let us mobilize our people to go to those venues. I think let us not waste time on what does not matter. Let us waste our time on what matters. And what matters now is for us to finish this legislation process. And I think we need to stick to that. So it's all our process. We must be fine with it. That's why we are so much democratic. We must own it up. But the reality is that we are not going to be happy with how Parliament is doing things, one, and with how even ourselves as individuals, because of the mandates that we get from our own political parties, will make us to have a segregation. So we need to understand that it's a South African process, and let us just abide to it as is. And I think I've closed this matter. The second issue, no.
Excuse me, Chair, but Chair, my hand was up and you've chosen to ignore my hand throughout.
But I was not going to your hand. I was not going to allow what we have discussed was your issue. What we were discussing is what we have given you time to speak on it. Now, when members are speaking on it, you can't come back and want to speak again on it. And I think that is your problem. You always want us to do things your way.
No, I take exception to that, and I call a point of order, Chair. I take exception.
No, I'm calling a point of order by saying that to you.
You cannot personalize it. This is a parliamentary process.
No.
You cannot personalize it.
You can't raise
I have not personalized it. I've sent you a letter as a member of this committee and as a member of Parliament. It is my right to do so. Secondly, the matter that I have raised is a matter of parliamentary process. It is not a personal matter.
I have closed this matter, Sukers. It is closed.
I am putting down for notice, Chair, that I totally disagree with the personalizing of a matter that I have brought before this committee. You cannot personalize it. And secondly,
members, the second issue that we are going to discuss is the venues and what is proposed for us to go in Gauteng. We are commencing with the public hearings on the 4th of May. On the 5th, we will be in Tshwane, in Pretoria. We are going to Sishekong Secondary School in Oliven area. What is it? Is it 4 venues, Llewellyn? What is going on here?
Chair, just to indicate, thanks for the opportunity, Chair. We have engaged with our colleagues on the other side. We have been given 4 venues that we may want to consider, considering the numbers that we are now having, over 500. You would see that I've received an email back about an hour ago from Tshwane, and there's an asterisk under Mabopane Indoor Sports Center. They've in fact secured that venue for us already. But these are options that we have, Chair. You see, for all of them, there's a few options, and we will now speak to those officials together with the SHE unit to secure one of or the best of the options that is available to us, Chairperson. And we can now go ahead. Just to indicate that I've just received the necessary approvals, and those letters and communication with the municipalities will now go ahead in respect of the venues. So the venues, there are 1 or 2 options being given to us, and we will then decide which is best suited for us in collaboration with the SHE unit, who needs to do the necessary assessments, Chairperson. I've just thought I'd clarify that.
Is there someone from the SHE unit in the meeting?
I do believe my colleagues are with us, Chairperson.
Who can speak on these venues?
I'm not
From
sure
the
if
unit.
Mr. Molefe, if he's available to maybe just give us some info, or anybody else from that. I know that the SHE unit was part of the meeting. Mr. Molefe, are you still with us?
Mr. Bandi, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. Yes, the SHE unit was on the platform earlier, but the person responsible had to rush for another meeting. Chairperson, we can, as an overview, we can confirm that going forward, we're trying to identify venues that can accommodate at least 500 people based on the experiences that we have in the previous public hearings. The identification of venues is actually underway. We, through the committee secretary, will send you the confirmed venues, and also to confirm that in the meeting that we held previously, we agreed that at least there should at least be 2 weeks. The identification of venues should be made at least 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. So now that we received approval today from the House Chairperson, we're working on that target. The venues that you see there were tentative venues. They are not confirmed yet. Working with the SHE unit will be able to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm proposing the members that are coming. Who's coming from Tshwane from us as members?
From Tshwane is Yabo, Chair.
Honorable Yabo?
Is not cut off by electricity.
You are also coming from Gauteng. This
Yes.
which venue do you think is fine?
I know that Seshikon Secondary School has got a venue that a hall. It's a new school that can accommodate. There's a big venue that can accommodate 2,000 people there. The one in Oliven, in Johannesburg. But I'm not sure if Mabopane Indoor is in Tshwane South Education District.
You know it.
Mabopane, I don't think it's in Tshwane South, unless they're just saying Tshwane now, no longer Tshwane South Education District, as indicated on the second column.
Okay.
Yeah, but Joburg Central, all three halls can accommodate more than 500. And Gauteng East, Tsakane Community Hall, yeah, can accommodate more than 500 as well.
Okay. I'm proposing that we leave it here, members. Next week, Llewellyn, obviously, you would come up with one venue per district. So we adopt nothing now, except from Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga is Kersiban, the Secunda, Gavin Beki, and it is Sasol Community Recreation Center, Mbalenhle. It's Mbalenhle. What is this venue needs to be confirmed? Mbalenhle is the venue.
Yes, Chairperson, we will just correct that.
Can you remove it? Remove this venue needs to be confirmed. So Mbalenhle is a venue. We were there. That's why I can speak with confidence. I know it's 2 Sasol recreational centers. The one is in Mbalenhle. The one is in what is this place? But we are going to Mbalenhle. So as for Gauteng, these are the options, but we are not going to adopt them now because they are not clear. So I suggest that next week, Tuesday, we get clear venues that what Mr. Bandi have said would have been also agreed by the SHE unit. We adopt those venues and then we publicize those venues. And that work, if it's possible, Mr. Bandi, can be also added with KZN as well. Your hand is up, Tebuko.
Chair, I took it down because I wanted to suggest that maybe next week might be far. So I was going to suggest that the team can confirm between today and tomorrow and send it to us, but you're saying we need to adopt them. So that
No,
defeated.
I really ask members that let us adopt them in a meeting. I don't want problems now anymore. Let's do things. Let's try to do things very right.
Okay.
Please.
Thanks.
Please. Let's have one venues next week, Tuesday, in those districts, together with KZN, if it's possible, so that we adopt them. The next point on the agenda is the. Can you take us there back, Llewellyn? The minutes of the 28th of March.
Chairperson, I have the minutes on the screen. I hope everybody can see it.
Yes, thank you very much, Llewellyn. The minutes, members, is of the 28th of March. I was not in this meeting, but I'm just gonna read through the meeting. It was a Zoom meeting. There was a presentation. There was a presentation from SAIS and Umalusi. Page 1 is the members that were present in the meeting. And then the meeting was opened by the chairperson had prior commitments and called for nomination of acting chairperson for the session. And Honorable Litsia moved for Honorable at once, and it was seconded by Muratsetla. Then Honorable at once chaired the meeting, welcomed everybody. And then she handed over, okay, she did the agenda, which was adopted by Honorable Muratsetla and seconded by Van der Walt. Honorable at once handed over to Umalusi. The briefing was done by Umalusi on their annual performance plan 2023-2024, and also by SAIS on 2023-2024. And then there was consideration of the minutes of the 14th of March, the 22nd of March, and the draft report on Department of Basic Education on the third quarter report 2022-2023. And then there was also a draft committee second term program for 2023, which dealt with the issues of the consideration to be given to scheduling of public hearings, the consideration to be given to the earlier engagement with the DIRCO with regards to the study tour, and then the draft second committee program to be adopted. It was adopted in principle. And then any corrections? The meeting agenda at 14:30.
No corrections, Chair. I move for the adoption.
Okay, any seconder?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you very much. Uvela applicant, we wanted you, you were not here. Thank you very much. Those are the minutes. And then the issue that also I wanted us members to go back to is the issue of, you know, by now that Honorable Swela has left us. He has joined the Department of Education, so he's still in the same space, but in Mpumalanga with us. I thought that it is just okay, because we have worked with him, and the manner in which we are working as this portfolio committee to just officially, say our goodbyes to him and wishing him all the best in his new career endeavors. Let me probably allow members that would want at least to say something to him. Welcome, must you say Mr. Suwela now? Mr. Suwela, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Principal.
What a loss. Yeah, there is time to meet, there is time to part ways. That is well, you will be dearly missed. To be honest, we gelled well. When you left, I said, who is going to accompany me when we go for lunch? Because for breakfast, because the chair is always late and the whip is always late. Other people, no dada and Honorable Litia, they are sometimes get lost. You were the only one when and Mapolova, who were the nearest. But in any case, we wish you all the best, Baba. Go well, go shall. We meet to part and we part to meet. May the good Lord bless you in your new endeavors. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Litia.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe before I speak to Honorable Siwela, I must just clarify that myself and Honorable Nodad, and I'm speaking on his behalf in his absence, that we never get lost. It's just that we don't eat breakfast at 6 because we don't have problems of diabetes. Eat breakfast. Let me take this opportunity, Chairperson, and wish Honorable Siwela well in his new responsibilities in the sector. I believe that our loss in Parliament is a Department of Mpumalanga's gain in him. He's grounded in the education sector. He has worked almost all his life in the education sector, and I believe that he will contribute immensely to the growth of that province in terms of all different measures that we measured a success of a department on. He's now home in Mpumalanga. Maybe he was missing his family. That's why he decided to go back, but we are very happy that we did not lose him in the sector. I wish him all the best and I hope that he will continue to contribute positively to the growth of the quality education of Mpumalanga. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mafadavald?
Yeah, Chair, I think on the DA's behalf, I don't see Honorable Nudada on. I see my other colleague Marina is on. But yeah, I think Honorable Siwela must enjoy. He's my neighbor by province. And one thing I can commend him on is that when he spoke, he always spoke softly. He was never controversial. And I really hope it goes well in Mpumalanga. I know they definitely could use his expertise picked up from this committee in the last few years. And I must also say to all the other male colleagues, he was the only one who had guts during the public hearings here in Limpopo to come with the ladies for a glass of wine. So I hope you treasure that we enjoyed your company that evening as well. Go well.
I was captured. I should have come.
No,
Resuela, whip.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings again, Mr. Suela. I would also want to say it's a loss, but I don't think it is. I think we have gained a reliable ally in Mpumalanga, Department of Education. I'm sure as and when there are problems that we're going to encounter as a committee, you will be able to share and enlighten us. And also we wish you well, and we're definitely sure, without any doubt, that you are going to contribute positively in that department. We're going to see improvements because of your presence there. We know that you are a hard worker, a very humble one, who drinks Coke, by the way, no wine. And we're very happy that you had, you were in our space. We've gained so much knowledge from you. There are so many things that I personally have learned from you. And I hope that communication channels will also be open to all of us in the committee, as one of our own that has led and participated with us in the portfolio committee, where we are today because of honorable members like you. We have never had any programs that have failed. We have always had meetings that are sitting. You always attended to your responsibility, and I'm sure that you are going to continue serving Mpumalanga, your province, with diligent and pride, because you are really an honorable man, not just by word, but you've proven that you really you are one person who really takes your work very seriously. So we thank the Lord that we have crossed a path with you, and I actually wish that we don't stop, communicating. We'll be in Mpumalanga. I'm sure we'll see you there in Hertzbande, and maybe we must have some kind of a celebration when we are there. We'll contribute 100 Rand each, Chairperson. I'm sure Mafansel will not have any problem doing that. Definitely.
No, we'll have breakfast at 6 a.m.
No breakfast at 6, please, not that one. Anything else, we can have supper at 12 at night, it's fine, not breakfast at 6. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and congratulations once more, Mr. Suela, and good luck to your new endeavor. Thank you very much.
6 is organized, Aduans.
No, thank you very much. I think we lost Yabo again. He was on the list of speakers, but I think he keeps on coming in and out. Resuela, let me hand over to you if you would want to say something. We know you are not a man of many words, but let's just give you the opportunity.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity.
You are muted. You are muted, Resuela.
Am I muted?
You're fine now. You can proceed.
Chair?
You can proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to say farewell to my colleagues in the Portfolio Committee. I must indicate that, well, I enjoyed working with all of you, especially you, the Chairperson, and the whip, and that at no given time I felt belittled, or for whatever reason. You were there for me all the time. We were a formidable team, worked well, with great respect, and a recognition of our differences and appreciation of the fact that we are never the same. And of course, I do hope to meet you in the near future, in a different capacity, and probably I will be there to see the last of the Mpumalanga BELA bill hearings in Kersiband on the date to be announced. And I must indicate that preparation in that regard has already started. I hope you will enjoy the last lap of the Mpumalanga province, but I also want to wish you well as you continue to do the good work in the portfolio committee. My only problem is that I will have missed the trip to New York, but nevertheless, the principal will benefit because I'm absent. If I was there, I was not going to be there. So he should be happy that I left, probably will benefit out of that. But thank you very much, principal. The only principal in the 6th Parliament, thank you very much. You will find a new friend in Mapolova. Probably you will also work well together and he will accompany you to the breakfast. But thank you very much to Honorable van der Walt. Thank you for hosting us. Yes, I did drink some wine. It's only that Honorable Adons did not see. She only saw the Coke. But thank you very much. all of you. Yes.
I'll share, you can
I also had some wine, so let me not comment. Look, Reswela,
must prepare us a good speech there.
It's an official goodbye. Goodbye. We have met in 2019. All new. We have worked very well with you. Like I said, you are a man of few words, but at least you are a very principled person. That's what one have analyzed on you, and it's a decision that you have taken, and I think we all respect that. We do, all of us, what is best for ourselves. We know that you are going to be an asset in Mpumalanga. You've been an asset to us for the past 4 years. You were always in the meetings. You've never really had an apology. I can't remember that you apologized in our meeting. And you never really want to agree with Van der Walt, came with controversies in the meeting. And we are grateful to have crossed paths with you. And we hope and trust that it's not the end. Education sector is a very big space. And you are going to where actually our problems are. You are going to infrastructure, I think. And we trust and hope that you will be part of the solutions that the department is facing. And accountability is very important. You will have to account to the legislature in your province. But as and when there needs to be accountability at this level as well, you are able to give that accountability without really wasting time. All the best with future endeavors. And we will keep in touch. We will keep in touch, like the whip have said, where there are issues that we think you will be able to assist us as an official. Now, we will call, and we know that you will be able to respond to us. Thank you very much, even now, for taking your time and joining our meeting. We've strategically brought you during lunch because we don't want them to say we have kept you out of your work. You are still a new broom. You must sweep very clean.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
No, thanks very much. Okay. The last one, just before we close, is just to brief members. We had a chairperson's meeting, and in the chairperson's meeting, we are asked that at least let us try to have physical meetings, even if it's 1 or 2 per quarter. to be in Parliament, as much as there is an issue of space. And there is a serious allegation that there are other committees since 2020 who have never been in Parliament as committees since the Parliament bent down, and it is not reflecting well. So we are requested at least to make those applications for the quarter, even if it's 1 or 2 per quarter, at least to touch base with Parliament and have physical meetings. The second issue is that we know it's our final year, and we've got about, I'm mentioning this because we are affected as the committee. We've got about 26 legislations that needs to be passed in the NA before even they go to the NCOP. So we were asked to try, especially from our side as the chairpersons, to push the process of the process of the public hearings, and we have promised together that we are going to try by all means to finish these processes. Actually, ourselves as basic education, we will need to have more meetings at night. That's what I'm suggesting. Meetings that are just going to focus on adopting the reports of provinces. I'm sure Limpopo is done. I'm sure Free State, I'm sure Northwest is done. Mpumalanga, of course, it can't be done because we must still do Geretsebande. But as and when we see that reports are done, we are going to ask for meetings, even if it's at night, even if it's Wednesday nights, just two hours will be fine, so that we can adopt those reports, so that we try to rush the issue of time and be on time. We must really by the end of this quarter finish the public hearings, at least, so that when we come back, like I have said, the only issue now that we are having after the second term, the constituency period is going to be 10 weeks. It's a very long constituency period. So for us to meet on the third, when we meet on the third quarter, at least we must be fighting for a space to present the report in the National Assembly, so that it can be moved to, at least our focus for the third quarter must be that our report must be in the NA, must be at least we must be fighting for space to present in the NA. So if we can, all of us, just to try work together as far as that is concerned, I think it's doable. I think we will be able to do it. You would have noticed that we were supposed to go to KZN, but we are not going to KZN. We are studying in Gauteng, and the reason for that, it's because we want to do Mpumalanga. So we will do Gauteng and Mpumalanga together, so that we are able to get the report of Mpumalanga also being done and one side together with Mpumalanga. Then after that, we will continue with provinces as outlined. I see your hand is up, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
I just want to finish.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Let me just finish. I just saw your hand, so I thought maybe you are calling for an order or something. Yabo?
No, I kicked out of the meeting, and so I just came back. I was kicked out of the. I just came back, Chair.
Okay, let me just finish. I'm going to give over to you. And then the last point that I wanted to raise is that the issue of the study tours. There is a directive from the meeting that they are going to allow only 5 members per committee, 5 members and 1 staff member to be on the study tour. So we need to redo our application. I must say, chairpersons have fought this, but really we couldn't succeed. So the directive is that it must be 5 members. So it's going to be 3 members from the African National Congress. It's going to be 1 DA member, and it's going to be 1 EFF member. So the whips of the parties are supposed to give those names. If it's possible here in the meeting, if it's not possible here in the meeting, by 6 o'clock tonight, so that a new application must be sent to both the chief whip and the chairperson of committees. So let me hand over then to you, Yabo. That was the brief I wanted to give on the chairperson's meeting. Yabo?
Thank you very much for. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
It's like struggling with connectivity. On my side badly. I keep getting kicked out. I'll try to summarize my well wishes for Suela rather, that his activity in Mpumalanga accompanied by great success, that he should assist statement there to make strides in the sector. He's a quiet storm, I like to describe him. Quiet, very reflects what he says when he speaks. So this is a man who will add a lot of ability to education department in Mpumalanga. We wish him very well. We'll miss in the committee and was study. Pele pele ka Tate Elvis Suela, pele pele.
Thank you very much, but I think you have left already. Anyway, Honorable At-Once.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, you made a proposal that, in fact, it was a concern of the meetings of with the House Chair, that we attend 1 or 2 meetings physically. I would propose that as and when on Mr. Brown look into applications, that we consider to attend physically when we have cluster meetings. Firstly, that's the one that we are not only going to be discouraged to attend only for 1 day, when we have nothing to do. So I would propose that when it's a cluster 2, a social cluster, look into the date and apply for us. And also maybe when you have, we're going for, I'm sure we're going to debate for budget votes. So if maybe we can look into applying or putting forth applications on the two activities that we attend physically. Secondly, Chair, I would like to put forth the names. I'm sure when you'll be there as a chair. We are submitting your name as a chair to attend the educational tour. And the second name will be of the principal, Honorable Mwasetla, on our side of the ANC, and Honorable Adjones also to form part. So those are the 2 names, plus yourself as a chair of the committee. I'm sure there's no one who will dispute the chairperson not attending to the tour, but also yourself be part of the study tour. Thank you, Chair.
BA?
Chair, I've written a note there. I think my colleagues and I will take it to our caucus leadership or our chief whip to provide your officers or Llewellyn's office with a name. But yeah, I also made another proposal, and now our Doens is already nominated. I said, why don't the ANC take two, we take one, the EFF one, and the smallest parties together take one from the ANC, then everybody has got a more spread opportunity for fairness sake. But leave it at that. That's what I've posted there. But I'll ask my colleagues through our structure that you are presented with a name by 6 Llewellyn.
And then the EFF, I think they are not in the meeting. But of course, I'm going to call them just to get their name also by tonight, so that the application will have to go as such. And then amongst the staff, hey, this thing is very heavy, and I think that's what we were raising. Mara, the staff probably, I don't know what are the suggestions. They will have to give us the name also. One person, unfortunately, that must go, so that we finish this process. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, now we'll speak to our Mr. Bundy, our unit manager. It will more than likely be between myself and the content advisor at this point, but I'll come back to you by this evening, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One issue which I really must go back to, and I apologize. I see next week there is no meeting that is programmed, Llewellyn, and I have promised members that we are going to attend to venues next week. So we are left with two options. It's either you finalize, and then I'm going to put those venues in the portfolio chat group for the members to adopt them there, so that we publicize them after they have been adopted, or we arrange a special meeting just to agree on the venues when they are done. I'm just allowing the meeting now to give I'm putting those proposals so that the meeting agrees what must we do, because we need all of us to agree on the venues, so that there are no issues moving forward. I see your hand, Honorable, at once.
Yeah, Chair, if you are done, I just want to correct something, and I've raised that with Mr. Brown. The issue of next week, according to the program that we adopted, Mr. Brown, obviously with the inputs that were made by members to make some changes, was that if you check the program that we worked on that day, was that on next week we're supposed to have a report or presentation from the department on the issue of infrastructure, your infrastructure ACD and everything that is related to your pit toilets, everything that is related to infrastructure, school infrastructure. If maybe you can check that, and if it's possible, communicate with the department and check if whether they are ready for that or not. I think that was what Mr. Brown omitted when he circulated the latest program. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Brown, can you speak on
Just
this?
very quickly, Chair, I agree with Honourable Adwins. It was on the program, but subsequent to that, Chair, we got a directive from House Chair's office. Next week is now a leave week, Chairperson. It's a leave period from the 22nd to the 26th. Memory serves me from the information I got. So what we will do is, Honourable Adwins, we will find space to slot in the infrastructure briefing from the department in one of our other meetings, Chairperson. But next week, as per the directive from the House Chair, that will be a leave. That's a leave period up until the 26th, and I know the 27th is a holiday.
No, it's fine then. Next week, then there is no meeting because of this. There's a lot of long weekends, man. So there is a leave by the directive from the House Chair, so there is no meeting next week, Tuesday. But then my request is that, Mr. Bandi, if you are still here, please, let's get the venues. As soon as we get them, I am going to put them on the members' WhatsApp group. And members will have to adopt them there, unfortunately now, so that preparations can go ahead, but also we can put the venues for public consumption. I think we are agreeing on that. Honorable Adwans.
Sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand, but I do agree.
Any seconder?
Agreed. Not Dada says I must say agreed.
No, Chair. Hey, please, man, please.
No, thank you
Don't
very
do
much.
that thing.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It's 2:10 now. Thank you very much for your time and being part of this meeting. Please, the DA, we will need that name by 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sure you are aware now, next week there is no work. So if we can, that application can be forwarded this week still, so that we know our issues with the leadership of Parliament are concluded this week still. And the same with the issue of venues. If it can be concluded this week also, so that we know when we're coming back, because obviously we'll come back to Parliament on the week of the public hearings. So when we come back, we would know that where exactly we are doing our public hearings in Gauteng and in Mpumalanga, if possible, with KZN2. On that note, then the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Long live the chair.
Long live the chair.
Amandla.
He comes here last minute and then leaves early.
Modulus Tudo.
Who's that one?
That no data is out of order.
It doesn't even give us a briefing of their congress or Banyana conference of them. we don't see his face there. Oh, and happy birthday, Honorable Mr. Soviet. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Nopala, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nopala.
Hey, Komu, KK guy now. Where is the cake?
Komu artla like cake.
Yeah, this is a this service, man. Who is that? Who sharp, Baba?
Recording stopped.